morning and welcome to Direwolf Digital Studios here. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, joined by my colleague Patrick Sullivan here, and welcome to the Shavka Reborn 5K Throne Open. We've got an exciting day of eternal action for you as we're going to be crowning an Open champion and finding out one more competitor who's going to be making it to our next World Championships. It's Throne on the menu for today's event, Patrick, and for over the past 2 days, players did their best competing in runs of 14 games to see if they could achieve that mark of 10 wins or better to be qualified for today's action. We had 120 players reach that mark. That means that we're going to be seeing 7 rounds of action today. It'll be single elimination, best of 3 matches, and we'll be with you the entire day as we go match by match all the way down until we have one player left standing, and they'll get the biggest share of our $5,000 cash prize pool. This event was open to all players, but we've just got 120 left. So Patrick, this is our first event with Unleashed, our newest set coming to Eternal. Got new mechanics, Taunt, Frenzy, Unleash, and we got some exciting decks and a whole new Throne format to check out today.
Yep, so for those of you who don't know, Throne is the format where essentially anything goes, and Unleashed came out recently. This is the first Throne tournament that we're getting the opportunity to cover with Unleash, and as time goes on, the format gets more powerful. There's, a ton of cards available. And so a new set comes out, and maybe you're going to see a new piece of removal, a couple of units here or there that show up. Some sets are a little bit more impactful than that, but by and large, you get used to sort of the nuts and bolts of the format and the key players. Maybe not this time around. Specifically, the mechanic Unleash, the namesake mechanic of the set, but a lot of other cards and mechanics, I think, is going to make this tournament a materially different Throne tournament than the ones that typically come after the release of a new set.
Yeah, and so it's a mixture of we're going to see a couple of new decks in action today, but as well as some old archetypes be revitalized, some new archetypes get a new tool, get a new feel, and it's always fun to not just get to see when we're covering a Throne event in a new format sort of like this, not just the new cards that show up, but also maybe some of the old hits which are getting a second life or getting a second look by these players because, it's only been a few weeks since the set came out, and as we'll see in today's event, some players went pretty deep looking through the archives of Eternal's history. Now we've got thousands of cards for players to explore, and there's some exciting options. One card that particularly stands out is Arc Interrogator. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had an event where there's been so many copies of this 3-cost Minotaur being played, but it combines so nicely with a couple of the cards players are playing with, whether it's Gift of the Auric Bank, Unexpected Arrival. There's a good number of ways to pump it up. Even Sill's Stronghold is one that we'll get to see one of the newest sites in the game from one of our recent chapters. So why don't we start off by taking a look at the first deck that we're going to get to check out in action today. Let's check out DemonSailor's deck because it's a pretty fun take on Praxis. So of course we're going to kick things off with an Issue to the Sands, get some extra power going, and then we get to use that to accelerate into some really nice units up and down the curve. Got Grumbo, Total Legend. At the 4-drop slot, we got a new great Hero Sentinel, Arcanum's Trueheart. 4 costs, fire, time. It just starts off as a 1/1, Patrick, but every time it attacks, it gets +1/+1, and then you make that ability bigger by +1/+1. So it really starts rolling, and it can't be killed as long as it has any strength.
So there is some removal that can attack this sort of threat. Silence effects are going to be very effective here. There's a new removal spell, Shrivel, although with 2 Shadow Pips, not clear how many decks can really incorporate that. But if you are relying on sort of nuts and bolts removal spells or blockers to interact with units, this card can create all sorts of problems. And if it is present in the format, sort of any representation, people are really going to have to modify the types of cards that they play with. This card also has the potential to essentially lock out relic weapon strategies if they don't have a workaround for this, because you can never get to the player as long as this is available.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, definitely like Shrivel. We'll see some of that cards. I mean, there's a few different shadow removal spells that players have adopted. Some players are playing more of Hidden Garrote. That's the new 2-cost relic weapon, 3/1 unblockable. Nothing can have Aegis. and then we'll also see some players picking up Shrivel. This deck does a nice job of rounding out sort of the first 4 copies of a Heart of the Vault with another 3 copies of the OG Heart of the Vault at the 6 drops, along with 4 copies of Grodov Stranger. And then you start looking at the market for this deck where it has even more expensive cards: Nash Desert Prince, Grodov's Burden, Talir Who Sees Beyond, and Kairos Grand Champion. So this is a deck that's got a nice early game. Certainly the last couple of releases have helped there a bunch with both Dinosaur Nest and Grumbo Total Legend. But this deck can also go all the way up the curve. So it's a nice mixture. Definitely one of the weaknesses of this strategy is it looks like its interaction with just sort of Torch and then Twilight Hunt in the market. It definitely can be a little bit weaker if it runs into an aggro strategy and it doesn't have one of those good early drops.
And the market here, as you called out, is really saturated with haymakers. It's not that surprising. I don't know if you necessarily need like the 4th Big O, but if you look up and down this list, you've got Whirlbear, Behemoth, you've got Grodov Stranger, even Aurelian Merchant. There's a lot of ways to accelerate your power and have a lot left over, but the deck doesn't really have a ton to convert in the starting deck. So the market is really dedicated to, okay, let's assume the game's dragged out a little bit. I played some stuff. Some of my stuff has died. I've got all this power laying around. Do I have 1, 2, 3 things that I can pull out of the market here to push ahead and convert that resource advantage into a game-winning play?
All right, so we'll be checking out DemonSailor in our first match of the day. So the way that this tournament works is that we had, as we mentioned, 120 players qualify for our Sunday finals. The number of rounds we play is determined by the number of players that make it to this stage. So with 120 players, in order to run a smooth single elimination bracket, that means that we need to sort of round up to 128. Those last 8 slots are taken up by buys, and then the players with the best runs will get a bye in the first round. So it'll be 8 players today getting a bye in the first round. Past that point, all of our players will be in action. All of our players will start their matches at the same time each round. We'll start off with 1 match, check it out to its completion, move on, check out one of the other matches going on in the round. We'll do that until there are no matches remaining. Come back here, wrap it up to the booth, couple-minute break, and then do it all again. And we'll be doing that for the next 4+ hours or so until we have a champion. For these players, they can also make progress towards making it to the World Championships. Multiple top 4 finishes in any of our opens this year gets you an invite to the World Championship. And if you make it to the finals here on Sunday in any of our events, you qualify for a last chance qualifier. So that's a lot on the line for the players today, but also just by making it today to Sunday, they've already accomplished a lot and helped themselves on their journey to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, these tournaments are very challenging. We're now looking at a field of, 120 of some of our strongest players. It's single elimination. There's no margin for error. But as you mentioned, just getting here gives you an invite to a last chance qualifier for Worlds going on later this year. And if you are able to string together 2 top 4 finishes through the opens in the year, you can also qualify that way. And that is not a work of fiction. Players were able to qualify last year via that route. But the prize really that we're playing for here is first place. That comes with $1,500, the largest share of the cash prize pool, along with a slot at the World Championships later this year.
So if you're at home and you I didn't make it today, or you'd like to participate, we do play one of these opens at the end of every month, starting on that last Friday of the month. And so but if you want to see the full schedule, you can check that out on our website. So a lot of opportunities to play. Of course, the ladder is always open, and the ladder can improve your tiebreaker positions here in our open. So always a great time to play. There's lots of great stuff coming up, as we'll be talking about throughout the show today, between new chapters. We've got an upcoming balance patch this week. So lots of fun stuff coming up, as well as new cards always coming out every week with our chapter events. And we'll be talking about chapters throughout the show. So let's keep the focus, though, for now on the Throne Open. Our round has begun. We are awaiting DemonSailor and their opponent to join the game. As soon as they do, we'll be heading down into the action here. How are we looking, Tom? All right, so we're waiting for them to join. As soon as they do, they'll be up against AlexandrosGray. So it'll be a fun first match to kick things off with the day. But as you mentioned, lots of top competitors, and I know that both Apple Chips and Ilike actually made it are two of our more prolific players, and they also, both of their runs were qualifying runs this weekend, so watch out for them in the event. All right, so we're kicking things off here with DemonSailor. No initiative to Sands to get things fast, but they're up against AlexandrosGray, who's playing one of the Xenon decks this weekend.
Yeah, Zayden Good Stuff has been sort of a fixture of the Throne format here for a little while. There's just a mix of good cards, good interaction, some stuff in the market for particular opponents. The deck is not always the fastest coming out of the gate. There's a lot of depleted power and not a lot of proactive plays on 2. But if it's able to keep its head above water going into turn 3 and beyond, it's usually pretty advantaged against just about any deck.
All right, so a nice play there, exploiting away that Ramba. But DemonSailor top decks an Aurelian Supplier. It gets to draw a card if you have fewer cards in it, and gets to draw a card if you have more units in play. They had both, so it was a 3-cost 2/2 charge and draw 2. What a deal. Now we see Tokas. Tokas will shut off that time etchings. We'll keep that in mind. It means that enemy spells can't be played on their units.
And this is going to be test number 1 here. Does AlexandrosGray have something in the market or in their deck that can handle this new unit?
That's a great point, yeah. So we see our first appearance of Arcanum's Trueheart. That thing's pretty unkillable, and yeah. So All Head Ascending plus Killer could be a big one here, Patrick. All Head Ascending, when you have 4 time influence or more, your attacking units have decay. And so that combined with a killer attack from, thanks to the Xenon Temple, could take down the Arcanum's Trueheart. And we'll see if AlexandrosGray wants to do that. Keep in mind, they've got a Worldbearer Behemoth coming down the other side.
Even being able to cobble together this answer, as you mentioned here, it's not really that bad for DemonSailor, because this Worldbearer Behemoth is going to be able to really threaten the Zen Temple and accrue advantages along the way. You see DemonSailor's leftovers here of a Heart of the Vault, an Etchings here to access something in the market, and as we mentioned before, nothing but hits in the market out of this deck. So even though AlexandrosGray was sort of able to pass test number 1, they still seem to be in a fair bit of trouble to make.
Great. So now we see Heart of the Vault come down, deal 2 damage to finish off the Tokas, draw the Praxis Blueprints off the top of the deck, and reduce its cost by 2, meaning they get to make that Praxis construct right away. So for AlexandrosGray, they're behind both on board, amount of power. When they start catching up, they'll try with Ascendant Agent. And now we mentioned those heavy hitters in DemonSailor's deck. We'll have to see which one they go for here, Patrick, with this time etchings. It's going to be Grodov's Burden, so we'll see that one come down. Next turn, your single faction units have +1/+1 and Exalted. And they spellcraft 3, they can bury the past.
And I really like this card in this sort of matchup, where if Grodov's Burden goes unchecked, that's going to be a game-winning advantage in a game that goes on for a very long time. And even if there's an answer, if you're able to pay for the spellcraft, again, you're accumulating more advantages. There's still an Aurelian Merchant left over in DemonSailor's hand to get another Haymaker. So it's over and over again just testing the waters here. If AlexandrosGray ever fails a test, that's going to be the end of the game. And all of these cards are accumulating advantages just along the way.
So we see the Sandstorm Titan be put on the bottom of the deck thanks to the Grodov's Burden. And now for AlexandrosGray, they're going to have a tricky decision on their next turn about maybe what to do with that Ascendant Agent, because you could kill the Sandstorm Titan or you could go after the Burden. They're going to go after the Burden before it starts drawing cards.
I mean, you can't play a long game against that card, and AlexandrosGray is in no position to make this a short game, so that's got to be the answer. And again, just accumulating advantages, getting paid out every single turn, pulling ahead on resources, while also applying pressure. DemonSailor's deck here just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it's looking nice. So now we see Worldbearer Behemoth get Twilight Hunted, so it got +2/+2 in Killer, took down the All Head, and Curtain Call is going to come back for AlexandrosGray. Once again, give 2 of their units +2 strength. Lifesteal can't be killed this turn.
Don't forget about the Praxis Blueprints as well.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
just another conversion here. If AlexandrosGray gets into a position where they don't have a lot of blockers, and then you can put them in a rock and a hard place sort of spot of either allowing DemonSailor to draw a bunch of cards or take a ton of damage from their units.
So now we see a logistics expert get amplified up to being a 4/5. Still in a tough spot where it's going to be difficult to double block anything down. Now we will see the Praxis Construct get cracked, play 3 Mystic Embers. These 1-cost charge quick draw units, if they hit the enemy player this turn, DemonSailor gets to draw a card. And it looks like AlexandrosGray is going to get hit by one of them, chumping the Sandstorm Titan. That makes sense. Whirlbearer Behemoth, you can't really chump thanks to its Overwhelm. Get 1 card here, and it's a Crest of Impulse. Another Aurelian Supplier. Certainly going to have more units the way this game is going. And just top decking an Amber Waystone, AlexandrosGray is going to lose game number 1 here. And that was pretty impressive by DemonSailor, despite not having a real play until the 3rd turn of the game with that Aurelian Supplier. They were still able to overwhelm the Xenon deck. The Xenon deck's got a couple of nice cheaper units like the Allhead Ascending that DemonSailor is not playing with, and that card seemed pretty important, but AlexandrosGray could never get it to that big 8 influence mode where now all of your units are pumping it up.
Right, and that's sort of a disheartening game, I think, if you're Alexandros, because there was nothing wrong with their draw. You know, you have a turn to exploit. Your deck's not that strong against Trueheart at a baseline, able to cobble together an answer to that, along with getting a powerful sight into play pretty early on in the game. But, you know, DemonSailor just pulling ahead on resources there and then just playing nothing but haymakers for the rest of the game. And not only that, but being able to keep the card flow going. So even if there were answers along the way, because there was plenty of copies of Send an Agent and a removal spell off the site, as you mentioned, the fact that they were so ahead on resources, they were scouting a bunch, they were drawing all these extra cards, and putting AlexandrosGray under pressure to answer everything immediately. Just a hard mixture of cards there for AlexandrosGray to keep up with while going second.
All right, so in game number 2 here, AlexandrosGray's got 2 copies in hand of Dinosaur Nest, and that could be a pretty potent opening on the play. DemonSailor's not going to hesitate, though, and is going to fire off this Time Etchings on turn number 1, wanting to make sure they have a smooth curve of power first and foremost as we see Dinosaur Nest number 1. Now, this card did get nerfed recently, still a powerhouse, of course. The killer dinosaur now is just an overwhelmed dinosaur that can come off the Dinosaur Nest.
And a much better start this game for AlexandrosGray. Getting some pressure going here is really important in the matchup. AlexandrosGray's deck, I would guess, is probably stronger on balance in the aggregate turns 4, 5, and 6. But after that, DemonSailor's just got so many haymakers. So there's a burden on AlexandrosGray to get the game over with kind of as early as possible. And Dinosaur Nest is a really powerful way of doing that.
All right, so another charge and Flying Dinosaur comes out. We're going to see Exploit this turn, Patrick. That's going to pick one of the 4 drops out of the hand. Interestingly, it did go after Arcanum's Trueheart and not Sandstorm Titan.
Well, the Sandstorm Titan can be answered via Banish. There's an Aurelian Merchant as well. The Trueheart is, you know, capable of blocking very effectively this turn, and then starts to actually apply some real pressure, and it's not an easy thing to kill. Remember, AlexandrosGray right now does not have an Allhead Ascending, so it's not even like the answer of the previous game of going and getting a Zenon Temple is available right now.
All right, so a second exploit now will take out one of the Sandstorm Titans, and the Banish can really take out the other one. So DemonSailor, the Sandstorm Titans were going to do a pretty nice job if they could have stuck around, because 5/6 would line up pretty well against what will eventually probably be 5/5 dinosaurs. Ooh, Grodov Stranger, though. All right, so there's Sandstorm Titan. The Trueheart is going to get its first buff up to 2/2 here, and now Banish is going to take out Sandstorm Titan. The start of AlexandrosGray's next turn, one of their Dinosaur Nests is going to flip, making those dinosaurs 3/3s. And now a Senon Agent for AlexandrosGray. That's fantastic. We got a triple block down one of these. But yeah, this is going to be just too much. No sweeper, no attachment interaction to help out here for DemonSailor as these dinosaurs are starting to become fully unlocked. Next turn, they're going to be 5/5s.
There's not even anything in DemonSailor's market to really handle relics at this stage of the game. Grodov's Burden maybe later on, but there's nothing in the sort of the 2 to 3 cost range that can get them out from under this.
Yeah, if a lot of the dinosaurs that got spit out are flyers, Nash can clean up multiples. But certainly, dinosaur nests on the play, it's not an unusual sight, and it's something that every player sort of has to be mindful of, because the ability to, if you can't interact with one of those on the draw, especially when the second one comes down, it's going to be a rough time.
As we saw in the first game, a game that DemonSailor is very able to effectively play is against just spot removal, because they play all of these cards that accumulate an advantage on the way in. And so if they get killed, that's not really a long-term tenable way to react against them. But Dinosaur Nest is the type of card that's very cheap, and it essentially accumulates multiple cards itself. And so if you can play Dinosaur Nest and then back it up with a bunch of removal, that's going to be a little bit too fast for DemonSailor a good bit of the time.
All right. So interesting little curve here looking for DemonSailor, Patrick. They've got an issue to the sands, Grumbo, Dinosaur Nest. So let's see how they want to sequence all of this. They're going to start with an issue to the sands and no turn one answer for AlexandrosGray.
This will be an interesting turn two here from DemonSailor, because you can't just say, well, what's the most efficient way for me to curve out here because of the threat of exploit. So they might need to put a premium on just playing the best card this turn rather than having the optimal curve.
So they're going to go with Grumbo, and Grumbo is a 1/1. And when you play a unit, it gets +1/+1, and you gain 1 health. And so this is a little guy, but with Dinosaur Nest and a lack of undepleted power on turn 2 for AlexandrosGray is going to mean that Dinosaur Nest did not get disrupted here. If that's the play, it could be Aurelian Merchant. Nope, it's going to be Dinosaur Nest. It's so potent over the next few turns, Patrick.
Yeah, you just got to, if you're in DemonSailor spot here, this is such a window to put your foot on the gas. And what you're seeing right now is a vulnerability of the Zenin deck. They often don't do anything on the first or second turn. Some of that is the fact that they don't have a lot of good 2-cost cards. Some of that is the fact that they don't always have 2 undepleted power to open up the game. And now AlexandrosGray finds themselves very much on the back foot.
So look at that. AlexandrosGray could have played Send an Agent to take out the Dinosaur Nest. They went with Exploit first. Why?
Because there's not that much harm in one additional dinosaur coming off of the Dinosaur Nest versus the ability to exploit anything like Royal Bear, Behemoth, True Heart that AlexandrosGray can't really answer as effectively once it's on the table.
I think DemonSailor was so excited by that Aurelian Supplier attack. The Grumbo came down a little late, so missed 1 point there, but it's still looking really nice here. Wow, End of an Era is a phenomenal card out of the market here, Patrick. That is going to wipe out literally all of DemonSailor's board if they can't do something about it.
And that's another argument for the exploit there on the previous turn rather than the Send an Agent. If you have a line to go get End of an Era out of the market, then the premium is just getting rid of a big play.
So we're going to see Twilight Hunt to take out the... do we have lethal here because of that? No. But it did puff up all the Grumbos playing out that Aurelian Merchant. A lot happening here, but Twilight Hunt trying to stop AlexandrosGray from playing that End of an Era likely. The Zenith Silex, though, should come into play. And depleted, we are going to see End of an Era here. This game's not over.
No, I mean, Dizo's office is a huge swing back here.
Oh, no. Aurelian Supplier right off the top. Every time DemonSailor has needed it, that card has been there on the top of their deck. It's going to bring AlexandrosGray down to their last point. Now, they can probably have a pretty strong turn here and get down multiple things.
And if AlexandrosGray is able to keep their head above water, the Dizo's office is a really powerful catch-up here, because if you have any sort of units, that turn of cut ties along with all of their units having lifesteal can potentially swing the game back. There's a lot that can go wrong in between now and then, but that is a line to catch all the way back up here if Alexandros can kind of keep their head above water for another turn or two.
All right, so we see Grodov Stranger bite the dust. If DemonSailor could get one more point across this, they win. But if not, like you mentioned, the Diesel's Office lifesteal will be enormous.
And remember that they got the they marketed earlier for their copy of Twilight Hunt. That would have been lethal this turn just as a Nightfall thing, but now that's off the table.
Wow, this is going to get away from DemonSailor really fast here. Cut ties off of the Office. Now a lifesteal Allhead is going to attack. Next turn, it's going to get buffed up enormously. And now a Grodov Stranger can play A-Power. We can get an attack from the Aurelian Supplier. It's going to go after the site. So now AlexandrosGray is kind of given up on trying to, or DemonSailor's given up on trying to end the game immediately. Curtain Call, another source of lifesteal potentially, but a Ascendant Agent on the Grodov Stranger is going to open up a huge attack. 16-point Allhead, getting buffed enormously thanks to its 8-time influence ability. When you play a unit, Allhead gets plus strength plus health equal to those unit stats.
What a comeback. Yep.
Yeah.
Phenomenal stuff. And I think you saw there a little bit of the weakness of DemonSailor's deck in that if they're not rolling downhill with all these extra advantages and sort of ramping their resources, there's a big gap in sort of the 4, 5, 6 power window where a deck like Zen is just going to be throwing better punches. And there was nothing in the market to clean up that sort of disadvantage. There was nothing in the middle for DemonSailor to ever get. There was a Twilight Hunt, and then everything else sort of presupposes that you have 6, 7, 8, 9 power. And the Zenin deck was able to very effectively kind of shrink down the number of resources in that game and just play 5 cost card to 5 cost card. And Zenin's going to get the better of that more often than not.
So a really impressive job there by AlexandrosGray, taking down DemonSailor in a very exciting 3-game match to kick off the day. So we'll find our next match here in just a moment and join it in progress. Yeah, I mean, AlexandrosGray, I mean, that was a rough start for the Xena deck, but that deck has a ton of great interaction. I think that's one of the things that really draws players to Xenon is that between Send an Agent, Banish, and Exploit, it's very likely you can cover what your opponent is doing if you have enough time. Well, Boomerang Guy is down a game here, Patrick, and not looking great as we've got still no regrets up against the world of Regent's Tomb, Sharp Tactician, and a Karendan Merchant. Karendan Merchant going to be sacrificed here, but the Burgund rocking and rolling with Argenport this weekend, and they've got, looks like Tavrod, if I do believe, was doing some work here. Those Lunar Claw and Stormhall platings in Bergen's hand, they got the mark of a Tavrod to me.
You know, everything eventually comes back. Technology, as the old saying goes, technology is cyclical.
That is right. All right. Stormhall plating, pretty good as a 6-8. How's it looking as an 11-8? Looking even better.
Approximately the same.
Yeah, the units kind of take it all the same. Edict of Makar will get to kill the Sharp Tactician, and then Boomerang Guy will die. Not to the first Stormhall plating attack, but just about.
Yeah.
Second one, more than enough. Hey, Sabotage. How's that nothing hand looking? Still didn't have any of those. And the Bergen takes down Boomerang Guy here at 2-0. So, yeah, Tavrod, another card, all of a sudden just all over the deck list in the top 120 today.
All the way back. Just needed 10 or 12 good Minotaur cards to get printed in the last 2 sets. And now, all of a sudden, Tavrod is back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, and when you're playing against Send an Agent, doesn't die to that.
No.
So, pretty nice. Stormhall plating?
Good luck.
Takes both hits.
Yeah, takes both hits, and Lord knows what Tavrod has done with that time in between 5 and 8. So, you know.
True. And talking about the sort of, you mentioned Minotaurs, we got a bunch of Minotaur decks, and we'll get to see a few of them. There's a few spicy cards that a few players are playing. We'll talk about that later. All right, so Jeten got Furious Magnaventures and Desert Marshal up against Arete. They look to be playing TJP spells, so this is a deck where you got lots of efficient threats, and then backing him up with spells that pump him up. Alessi plus Furious Magniventress is a nice combo, as Alessi gains armor and +1/+1 whenever you play a spell. Let's see Alessi get buffed here up to a 5/5, so look at that, just demolishing those blocks. Jeten's got some good holdings, but is like Diana plus a Parliament Elder enough to get them through another turn, potentially?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, we could play a Sabertooth Pride Leader. And we get to kill the Dinosaur Nest. Like what we're seeing here. So, what can attack here, Patrick?
Well, if you send in just a Lessie, that's probably the most powerful attack you can make, because you're threatening a spell off the top that can potentially blow up a double block. The minute that you're attacking like this, Jeten can sort of just take the L on a Lessie and block some other stuff. But I guess at this point with Jeten going up to 8 power, playing a more powerful deck, you sort of have to do it.
Keep in mind here, now Brody pumped up that Furious Magniventress up to 5. So that 0/3 Minotaur, when it attacks, all of your units deal battle damage equal to their health this turn. So pretty nice on that silenced Furious Magniventress. There we go. So yeah, that put Jeten where they had to do a lot of chump blocking, and now another Brody. Looks like an 0/3, hits like a 3/3. Look at this. Mystic Ascendant, draw a card, thanks to the Empower. I now play Parliament Elder. And
well, this is just lethal, right?
Oh yeah, it is. Jeten had to play 3 Parliament Elders.
Yeah. This is I mean, I don't know if they have a top deck where getting a look at a card is actually better long term.
They might be playing with Equalize.
Right, but
yeah.
this path is a dead end, sort of on the table.
Arete doing some math. In this case, it'll be for attackers. They'll see that they have 2 more units attacking than blockers, and likely make the decision that the smallest things that can get through would be a 3 damage Brody and a 1/1 Dinosaur with Overwhelm. That would be 4. When you see the 1 attack at a time selection coming up for your chain, you're like, you have to be like, wait, are they just picking which units are attacking, not just A spacing? But that's the careful alpha.
Yes. So there you go.
All right. So Arete ties it up at 1 game apiece. To finish up our Minotaur conversation from earlier, one of the fun things we'll get to see is some players are playing with Black Book, some players are playing with Gift of the Auric Bank, which is the new relic that spits out some Minotaurs and buffs up all your Minotaurs and weapons +2/+1, and then some players are playing with Tavrod. Some people have multiples of those, and so really all of the decks that are playing them pretty much can be playing all of them, and it's an interesting who's chosen what.
Yeah, the distribution is really interesting, because I think some characteristics that all those cards share is they all cost 5, so you can't really just play 4 copies of each of them. They're all good against different people, and the first copy of any of them is so much more powerful than the second copy of any of them. So there's kind of an argument to sort of, split it up a little bit and not just pick your favorite.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of ways.
I think the one you could maybe make an exception of that for is Gift of the Auric Bank.
Yeah, it does stack up a little bit, but you're also just sort of spitting out on the same axis.
Yeah.
And Tavrod and Black Book.
I would rather have a Black Book with a Gift of the Auric Bank.
Yes. Or a Black Book with a Tavrod.
Yeah, drawing a Black Book off of a Tavrod is unbelievable. If you've never done it, it's a good time.
Highly recommend.
All right, so we get things kicked off here with a Brody. Now, Brody is very weak to getting silenced, as we're going to see, thanks to Valkyrie Enforcer. And we're going to be seeing quite a few Valkyrie Enforcers this game, as we got 1 original art Valkyrie Enforcer for Jeten, and then 2 very lovely promo art Valkyrie Enforcers for Arete. Now, Jeten could potentially attack, or we could see a Justice Etchings here out of this Combray deck. What do we got this weekend in the market? Ooh, a Shenra Speak. So gearing up for a sweeper with that Stormhall plating in hand. They're feeling good about their long game for Arete. How are they going to navigate? You know, these players do have open deck lists. We want to make sure there's no disadvantage to playing on stream. So all the players know what everyone's working with this weekend. And, you know, Arete's now going to have to carefully plan out how they want to go up into a potential sweeper here. Keeping in mind, their hand is rather limited right now. They've got Valkyrie Enforcer and a card which can copy a Valkyrie Enforcer.
Right. Jeten's hand, though, is a little awkward insofar as you have a spot removal card alongside a sweeper, so that's a little hard to set up. And then a Stormhall plating with not enough power to play it, and really no way to draw cards that otherwise interact. So Jeten sort of has to absorb some of these hits to be able to maximize the sort of awkward pairing of reactive cards that they have right now.
All right, so Tradition Chant is going to get decimated. What this means is that Arete's going to lose a maximum power, but they're going to get to invoke and see either a Justice, Time, or Primal card, and they picked up a Gleaming Shield, which is a weapon that can give your unit +1/+3 in Aegis, and then can spellcraft for 2 to Mirror Image. So Mystical Shackles is going to take out the Valkyrie Enforcer. So yeah, Jeten's got to figure out exactly how much they want to just sort of trade 3 back and forth this game. And they wanted to take a break off that. Obviously, Arete was comfortable just doing that and didn't want to overexpose the sweeper.
Yeah, it's not like Jeten's hand is bad necessarily. It's a lot of strong cards and some of their strongest cards in the matchup, but just trying to cobble it all together efficiently is not the smoothest path, and so there's going to be a little bit of taking some shots, not necessarily trying to spend all their power every turn to maximize their cards.
All right, so Gleaming Shield is going to go on to the Valkyrie Enforcer, making it a 4/6 Aegis. Unfortunately for them, that is prime pickings for that Stormhall plating, and we'll see if Jeten wants to just clean that up right now. They do. That'll take out the Valkyrie Enforcer, and then that'll go after the Brody after that. And Arete's going to be really leaning on a top deck here or something really nice coming off of that Tradition Chant if they decimate a second one this game.
And they don't have the line of Mirror Image plus Magna Ventress.
Yeah, 1 power short of that decimate earlier on in the game. Tradition Chant will once again be decimated. What is Arete going to pick off of this chant? A Plated Hook Claw, Patrick. 4 cost, 3/3, +1 spell damage. It's like a Grenadin armadillo from one of our Bastion sets. The Grenadin in the future world of Bastion really went through some changes.
I want to know what the other 2 cards were.
It's a good question. It wasn't a Grenadin. There are none in Justice Time. All right, a Mystical Shackles here will take out the Plated Hook Claw. Stormhall plating plus Valkyrie Enforcer is going to take down Arete here. Furious Magna Ventress, not this game. So we see Combre mid-range getting a nice new removal spell there in Mystical Shackles. We saw a couple copies played there. Yeah, just does a fantastic job. 3 cost, kills a unit, and then if they blow up the relic, they get back an Argenport Soldier.
Yeah, sort of in the vein of Aviograph, but the combination of being able to hit flying units and just being a little bit cheaper, less pip requirements, just any sort of relic-centric strategy that's playing Justice will probably be playing at least 2 or 3 copies of that card this weekend.
Yeah, we saw a good number of our players who are playing like spell tempo decks, playing with Fearless Crescendo, become very popular in the market for those decks, as well as Skycraig Synthesis. Obviously none of those in the Combre deck, but we'll be seeing that in some of the Kira lists, some of the TJP lists throughout the day. We could see a key Skycraig Synthesis. So we're going to be checking out Kroge versus imsobad here. And there are black books. There are a lot of them. And we've got Tavrod. There's a silenced 8/7 Auric Interrogator. Last Stand at the Gate. Oh. Makes Minotaurs.
That's right. It's a throwback.
But Valkyrie Enforcer coming in. 9/9. So, yeah, this is a bad spot because Last Stand at the Gate makes a 6/6 weapon. And it reduces your health to 1. Not ideal. I think Kroge is in a lot of trouble here. They kind of have to... I can't think of how they can get out of this. Because they would basically have to win this turn or deal with the Valkyrie Enforcer. Because if you just play Last Stand at the Gate, that just kills you.
Or find some way to draw a card off of one of the black books in combat and find an answer for the Valkyrie.
Oh, good point. Yeah, yeah, fair.
But yeah, I mean, we would have 2 power left over if you assume that has that, like, that sequence involves Last Stand at the Gate. So there might not even be a card. Oh. A sleigh breaking up a key attack in Argent Port. Throwback.
True. Well, Black Book did kill a unit. Oh my goodness, it picked up just desserts. This game is not over.
There we go.
So, funny enough, it seems like you did not want to slay until after you made your blocks. If imsobad does that, they don't have to block the Valkyrie onto a Black Book. Know thy enemy. Could get amplified a few times here. Let's see. Lot of attacks coming in. So Just Desserts takes out the Valkyrie Enforcer. So Roland does nice work against Black Book. That's probably a great call for this weekend if there's a lot of Black Books running out, is running more Rolands.
Yeah.
The Decay starts is very nice against that one.
And just any sort of game that's about just like trading, combat getting gummed up, that card just plays really well.
So Know Thy Enemy kills all units that cost 2 or less, and then you can amplify it for 3 to play a unit that costs 5 or less from the top 5 cards of your deck. And so they got a Hidden Road Smuggler and another Roland. But yeah, these Rolands are really going to do big things. Ooh, Battlemaster Cataxius. And now do you go for Last Stand at the Gate? It would buff up the Battlemaster Cataxius. It gets +1/+1 whenever you play a relic weapon. Yep. So here we go. 3 Minotaurs. Your health total becomes 1. Yep. That's going to take out the Hidden Road Smuggler, dropping imsobad. Or, sorry, Kroge down to 1 as the relic weapon goes away. Vara. You really can't sack to Vara with those Rolands out.
Yeah,
that's
at 1. Yeah, you just gotta let that one go.
That is tough.
There's just a lot of nuance to the Argent Port 4 and 5 cost unit mirror.
True. Argent Port Insignia off the top from Kroge. And chump attacking with Hidden Road Smuggler doesn't even really gain you health because it would mean that more of those Valkyrie Reapers would arrive. And so imsobad ties that up at 1 game apiece in this Argent Port mirror. But funny to see how the different card choices the players are playing. I mean, like you saw, Battlemaster Cataxius has Valkyrie Warp. It's a 2/3. When you Valkyrie Warp it, it gains Justice, Shadow, and one other thing. Yeah. It's a weird card. I'm not going to lie to you. That card was definitely made during the pandemic when we were working from home.
Can you explain to the audience, and by the audience I mean myself and the audience, what exactly is a Valkyrie Warp?
Yeah. He gets to wash his hands of Valkyrie Warp. He wasn't here for that. Valkyrie Warp is a special kind of warp, meaning it's special in that it doesn't always have warp. But if you have a Valkyrie out, the card has warp. And when you warp it off the top of your deck, you get the Valkyrie Warp bonus.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, I got it.
Easy.
Easy. Just that's the natural design space.
Bastion, like I said, weird place. Future. Stuff's gone down.
Things have occurred, and now there's an aftermath.
The Grenadin have turned into animals
Mm-hmm.
because all the animals died. It's very sad.
That is sad.
It is sad. The Valkyrie, their wings are different. They're cooler.
Okay.
You saw that the Valkyrie Enforcer alternate art. I don't know. I don't mean to judge. I like the Bastion Valkyrie. Some people like Valkyrie Classic. To each their own. All right, here we go here. Game number 3 between Kroge and imsobad. This is getting a little off the rails, Patrick, for round 1.
I don't know. This is just, I'm really enjoying this insofar as there's a lot of old cards making a comeback due to new cards that have been printed. That's sort of a joyful element of recovering a Throne tournament after the release of a new set. But also some of the things that have come back are cards that I've barely seen. They were made during my gap year, let's call it. And they involve cards and mechanics that I'm not that familiar with. And so I get to ask some questions, learn some things, make some jokes. And it's not really clear when I'm doing which one of those I'm doing.
Is imsobad bluffing something there? They didn't play. They played. Oh, it was a Justice Sketch, not a Justice Symbol. Okay, so we got Justice Sketch in Throne. Don't see that one every day.
Justice Sketch with Black Book is eventually good.
Takes a lot of time. Shadow Sketch feels like more Black Book's jam.
Yeah, that's right. But they don't know about that one.
No, they don't. All right, so meanwhile, Kroge's got a nice little hand here. Arc Interrogator, Gift to the Arc Bank, No Blade. Love it. Inroad Smuggler. Yeah, so I think it's nice when you could sequence that Gift to the Arc Bank first, which I think Kroge is going to do here. Then when you follow up with the Interrogator, that first turn, it's going to get to draw a card.
Exactly.
So, Gift to the Arc Bank, your Minotaurs and weapons have +2/+1, and it has summon play 2 1/1 Minotaurs with Taunt. Taunt is the newest battle skill in Eternal. When a unit with Taunt attacks, it must be blocked if able.
It's fun because we right now do not have all the deck lists in front of us. And so imsobad played their Hidden Road Smuggler last turn, and I have to imagine what is their market. And my best guess was Roland's Tomb and 4 different Slays. And Roland's Tomb came off in a spot where Slay would not have been very good. So still got it. Still got it.
All right, so Exploit here.
Both rough cards to keep.
Yeah. Keep in mind that No Blade is a 5/3, 7/4 when it gets played. Thanks to the Gift to the Arc Bank, 7/4 will means it will be able to kill a Black Book. Oh, and we get to just empty out our hand here.
Yeah.
Play our Battlemaster Catexus. No, all the Valkyrie Rope does is gain Justice, Justice, Shadow, Shadow. I nailed it.
And this is I do like the play last turn from imsobad of leaving No Blade behind, because there's at least some hope that if Kroge were to draw another attachment, that your Black Book would line up the right way, and then maybe you could start catching up a little bit. As it stands, though, very behind. Kroge is all cards are on the table. They're way ahead, and Roland's Tomb plus Black Book, very good attacking the hand, not so good against what's going on the table.
So imsobad drew Display of Will. They don't have the 3rd Shadow for it. Not playable. So the options for this turn are Regent's Tomb, which really doesn't do much. Hidden Road Smuggler.
We'll get a Slay of some sort, 2-cost Slay. Oh!
All right.
That's something.
Grabbing a Sweeper. Oh, Sweepers are on the menu. And yeah, like this, so imsobad is going to use the Taunt to clear out the Hidden Road Smuggler, opening up the No Blade for another big ol' attack.
And I thought that play was very wise of not using the No Blade. Again, these competitors have each other's deck lists. And so Kroge can probably deduce that imsobad went and got a copy of Nothing Remains. And so you really want to keep your Relic weapon back against that sort of play.
Ooh, Display of Will. Big game here for Kroge. because if imsobad drops a black book, it's going to get Display of Willed. And then Kroge will finish him off with the No Blade. Kill an enemy hero. Unleashed has a new cycle of 3 cost displays. They're all mono faction. They all cost 3 CCC. So 3 of that faction. In the case of Display of Will, 3 plus 3 shadows. Display of Will. The shadow one kills an enemy hero. That's a good way to do it.
Or enemy player has to sacrifice a relic or sight or scheme.
Draw one of the top 4 cards of your deck. So we'll see.
I know the cards that I worked on. The Valkyrie Warp, get pips, 2 cost Minotaur hero I'm not that familiar with. And so I needed a little tutorial for someone who was around for that particular design.
The top, yeah, yes, was there. Display of Survival, Primal Display. I know we're going to see that one for sure. It's in a bunch of the Skycrag decks. I saw Display of Realities floating around. Don't know if I saw Display of Law, the Justice one, and I definitely don't think I saw Display of Passion, the Fire one.
I think Display of Passion has a role to fill, but it is a very specific sort of thing. So the ones that you called out, the Time one, the Primal one, and the Shadow one, I think are a little bit more in the sort of generically useful kind of space. The Justice and Fire ones assume that you're kind of up to something specific. I think all 5 of those cards have a home in the Throne metagame, but it's not surprising to me that first tournament out, that the Time, Primal, and Shadow ones are the most heavily represented of the 5.
All right, so that's going to do it for a very fun round 1 to start the day. We'll be back with our second round. It'll be a round of 64. We'll have all of the competitors in now, as our top 8 players will be coming off their buys, and it's going to be a lovely day. If you're in the U.S., happy Memorial Day weekend, and thanks for spending some time with us. And wherever you are around the world, and appreciate you enjoying your Sunday with us. We're going to have a fun day, so stay tuned.
Coming to you from Denver, Colorado, I am Patrick Sullivan, a designer on Eternal, and it is my pleasure to be joined by the recent winner of the Sills Ambition 5K Draft Open, Levi. ltsTenz, better known as ltsTenz, but perhaps not actually should be known as ltsTenz. How are you doing?
I'm all right. It's a pretty good night so far.
So usually the first question I ask here is, your story with Eternal and how you started playing competitively and all that, but I want to back up for a minute. It is a source of much speculation in the community what your username actually is. Is that an I or an L? What is the origin of it? So I wanted, before we dove into your story as an Eternal player, to settle once and for all on the record, what is your screen name?
It is, in fact, a lowercase L.
How do you go about pronouncing it?
I don't personally pronounce it. Like, that is not my job, really. Other people come to me, and some of them get it right, some of them don't. A lot of people don't actually realize that it is an L until they're like trying to at me in Twitch chat, and it won't autocomplete. So, in that regard, there's probably people that have known me for years that haven't realized this yet, but it just, I don't always, like, somebody brings it up in chat, like, oh, wait, your name starts with an L. And I'm like, oh, and then somebody else is like, oh, I didn't know that. I've known you for a long time now, and it never clicked. So
in future tournaments, when I'm covering you, because during the Open, I'm sure you saw the coverage that Andrew and I were saying ltsTenz over and over again.
yeah,
Are
totally
you okay
fine
with me perpetuating this error? Okay, great. So we'll go with ltsTenz.
No, I actually made the ltsTenz Twitch account as well after that, but since I'd like friended everybody on this one and had like established all of that, I ended up not really using it. So,
well, there's an expression that I really like in game design, which is the first time it's a mistake, after that it's precedent. So I'm going to lean into the precedent here, and we'll go with ltsTenz. So now let's get to the actual first question that I typically ask people, which is, tell me a little bit about your story, discovering Eternal and sort of leveling up through the ranks of, aspiring to competitive play and eventually playing in Opens and qualifying for the World Championships and all that.
Well, so I had just a very long history with other card games going into that. And uh, I was living with a guy named Justin Cohen, who you probably know. And
Hmm.
he initially told me about the game. And at the time, I was playing some other digital games, and I was kind of being disenchanted with them. And I'd like log in and watch other people play, but I wasn't really feeling playing myself that much. So I was kind of like looking for other games. And so that like put Eternal on my radar, but I didn't start playing it immediately. And then a friend that I played another game with actually was just like, she knew I played a lot of limited in that game. And then she also knew that I had previously played Magic. And she was like, "You want to just do an Eternal draft with me?" And I was like, "Okay, but I don't know what any of these cards are. Uh, I mean, I can look at cards and maybe have an idea if they're good or not. Just, but it's kind of in a vacuum. I don't have any context as far as like what other cards exist in the game. But we did a draft, and that went 7, and that was my first experience. Uh, at which point, you know, we both enjoyed it because winning is fun, and it was, there's a novel to the experience as well. And we ended up being like, okay, let's do this again. So we were going to do it again, but something came up for her and we canceled. And I still wanted to play, so I ended up making an account. And this happened to coincide with a time in my life where my parents were going out of town for a month for one of my brother's weddings out of country. And they had a cat that they needed me to house sit for. So I had a month of free time basically watching a house and a cat, which wasn't terribly high maintenance. So that resulted in me playing a lot of Eternal.
So Justin Cohen, for the viewer at home who might not be familiar, is a game designer over here at Direwolf Digital. He has worked on Eternal in the past and is currently doing just excellent work over on the board game side. So someone very near and dear to the Direwolf Digital family, and pretty surreptitious for you to have him as a roommate, because I know that he is tuned on to all sorts of games.
Well, it was kind of funny because when I think it was around I first started playing, it was literally the day before Fall of Argenport. So it was nice in the sense that I was starting at a time where other people would also not be super familiar with like the cards that were being released. So it kind of evened things out for me with my inexperience. And at that time, he was like, "Hey, we should, try and play this competitively. They're going to have competitive events." And that was like great. But then he got hired and he couldn't participate in them anymore. And so I was kind of like looking to do that, but then I kind of lost interest when I didn't really have that support group, kind of thing anymore.
So you said around the Fall of Argenport is when you started playing.
Yes.
So did you? So I guess you kind of answered the question here of, Justin turned you on to the game and talked about playing competitively and that there were going to be tournaments with cash prizes. Was that always sort of the like goal in mind, I guess, was to get to that stage, or were you just sort of playing it for kicks for a while and then eventually decided to take a stab at some of the tournaments?
Uh, it was very much the second part. I just went in looking to have something to do. Like I've played a number of free to play card games, and I have a tendency to like grind full collections just from limited and most of them. And I was really enjoying the draft format at the time, and I'm actually a big Gauntlet player too, so I was enjoying that as well. And I just enjoy like getting new stuff in games. Uh, so I kind of been doing that, but then that gave me the foundation to be able to play competitively if I wanted to. And
So were you sort of going full bore into draft kind of from the start, or were you eventually kind of taking the stuff that you had, the cards you'd accumulated and whatever else, and started pivoting towards constructed at all?
uh, very heavy on the draft. It was basically as soon as I get 5,000 gold, I'd be in another draft, which I personally like now with, some experience and like looking back in retrospect, I probably wouldn't necessarily recommend that to new players. I would say you're better off actually like building up kind of a nest egg of gold first, because I think you get more out of draft as a learning experience if you're able to do them kind of one after another. And if you're just kind of like doing something else, and then doing another one later, like I think it's harder for your mind to like conglomerate those things and like the lessons you might learn about the format together. And I think it's easier if you're kind of doing more of a marathon approach to it.
Yeah, I mean, that was also what you just spoke to, definitely informed some of the changes to the draft rewards and the economy of like, we know that once people are drafting a lot, it's like they want to be doing that, and the experience becomes kind of more satisfying in the way that you're describing, of like that level of immersion, like eventually picking up the nuances and having some freedom to try different archetypes, or you open up a rare, you don't know how good it is, like just pick it and see how it goes. And that experience is just a lot more engaging once people are in the position to sort of just keep chaining it together, as you mentioned.
Yeah. And I do think that the reward changes were a significant factor in me drafting Cold Hunt as much as I did.
Welcome back to the Throne Open. Andrew Baxter and Patrick Sullivan here for another round of action here. We got 64 players left, and we're going to be checking out Popotito this round. They're former Worlds competitor, and this weekend they brought FJS for us. And so let's take a look at what you get from getting a little bit of fire into your Argent Port sort of mid-range control deck. And so first off, Bullseye and Open Contract. Patrick, 2 phenomenal 1-cost removal spells.
Yep, you're gonna see sort of the best of best in terms of inexpensive and flexible interaction, backed up by some very threatening units.
Next up, we get to go and play Decro Conqueror, 4-cost FJS unit, 3/5 flying charge. When it attacks, enemy units get -1/-1 until the end of their turn. And then at the 4-drop slot, we got Verbrugge, Hand of Anarchy, a very nice Rakano Minotaur, 4-cost, 4/3, charge, Valor, summon, kill a multi-faction enemy unit. And then topping it off, Black Book, Pit Boss. Love it. Taunt, Endurance, Warcry 2. When it kills a unit, draw a card, and the enemy player discards a spell attachment of your choice from their hand when you play it. How do we get this Black Book bigger? Well, first of all, Decro can shrink down their units. That's a nice way to start. Next up, Regent's Tomb with its Empower ability can make Black Book a little bit bigger. Display of Ambition can give it a permanent +1 strength. So I wouldn't say that this deck is optimized for making Black Book's kill a unit ability come together, but that Warcry 2, especially when you're talking about the fact that you have 8 charge units in your deck, can oftentimes be a really meaningful one after a couple of turns.
Well, there's also Black Book just having a 1/7 taunt alongside a lot of these units is really strong. Decro, as you called out, Furious Might of Ventress, not being able to block that the way you want to is really strong. Same with Verbrugge. And also, there's a Toxic Wisp in the market that you can pair with Black Book. again, it's not going to come up every single game, but in terms of just one market slot, that combination is quite potent, as it allows Black Book to mow down a unit every turn while drawing cards.
1 cost, 1/2 contract 2, give a unit +1/+1 in deadly. Toxic Wisp plus Black Book. That's a combo we see in Expedition, but made its way into Throne here, and it's nice. Sometimes you see it with Crown Watch Press Gang. Get the ability to find that Toxic Wisp from your deck at will. A lot to like about that combination.
And just a classic Argent Port market here with a Regent's Tomb, a unit that's a Slay, a second unit that's a Slay, and Harsh Rule.
No actual Slay in this deck, though, just to be clear. But we do like to throw that term around. Just talking about you kill a unit, it's a Slay.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go.
All right, so we'll be checking out Popotito in action here in round number 2 of the day. They'll be up against EnclaveCryptologist. We'll see what they have in the offerings when it gets time. There's a couple of combo decks this weekend. A few players are playing with Nico and AutoTread. I expect we'll run into that combination at some point. Well, certainly that one allows you to sort of just use all of your power just to deal damage to the enemy player's face and then make an AutoTread that big as well.
And that's an interesting 2-card pairing, too, because there's a lot of ways that you can go with that. AutoTread and Nico are cards that you could just play in sort of an aggressive Stone Scar deck and have that as a combo. You can also just do a lot more of the combo, use ways to search it up, maybe touch Primal for things like Know When to Hold 'em or Haunting Scream even, Sweet Dreams. There's a lot of different directions you can go with that pairing of cards. We didn't see it there in the first round, but we know that Nico plus AutoTread was one of the talks of the tournament coming in terms of how has Unleashed changed the Throne metagame, and we know that there are some people playing that synergistic combo still in the tournament.
Yeah, and for the players, it was about 50-50 if you were playing Stone Scar, whether or not you had that combo, as well as there are Sky Craig decks playing it, like you mentioned, some FPS decks playing it. Some people just don't even have the influence to play Nico. They have Nico in the market that they can grab with like Blazing Salvo. Kind of clever, taking advantage of the fact that it can get a 2-cost card, even one that you might not be able to play ultimately. And so that can offer a lot. But I mean, I think as we've seen, there's plenty of removal and silence floating around. So I think there's always going to be a question of how much do you want to invest in a combo like that, which, while it is very potent and will definitely win the game if left unchecked, by no means does the game end the moment the player has it assembled.
Right, which is why it's sort of how do you want to structure your deck around the two is a really interesting puzzle, because there's a lot of tools, as you've mentioned, not even playing Shadow, to sort of combo those two cards together. But it's not like AutoTread is any stranger to Stone Scar strategies in Throne, and it's not like you couldn't build a deck where Nico was just a card you were interested in playing with for reasons, particularly in decks that also would want to play AutoTread. So you could just play those two cards in a Stone Scar beatdown deck too. A lot of ways to approach the puzzle there.
All right, so EnclaveCryptologist, speak of the devil. Looks like they've got a different style of deck than maybe any other. I must have missed this looking at the deck list, Patrick. We got AutoTread, we got Nico, and then we got Huru Painting, Display of Ambition. I mean, all kinds of goodness. So the first AutoTread, so the combo here, AutoTread, has pay 1, discard a card, deal 1 damage to the enemy player, and AutoTread gets +1/+1. Nico, Urban Hunter, 2 cost, 3/1, can't block, and it has Frenzy, which means when the enemy player is dealt damage by anything outside of an attacking unit, basically, you draw me from your void, and I get +1 strength. So we see Valkyrie Enforcer is going to silence down the AutoTread. And now Exploit here is going to look to clear the way for the second AutoTread. And it's going to take out a Display of Ambition. So plenty of removal. Display of Ambition can kill an enemy unit with 5 health or more. Doesn't work sort of immediately, but yeah, the AutoTread eventually grows up large enough for that one.
And I do like the from Popotito's perspective, the silence there. when you're playing against a deck like this, they're going to have a lot of ways to recur an auto tread. So silencing it is actually a more effective answer over the long term than using your removal spells on it.
Not doesn't come up all the time. Auto tread also has the text: enemies can't regen and enemies lose regenerate.
Comes up against me all the time.
Well, you play a lot with Vinegrafter, so, and as we see, Vinegrafter has regen and lost that text right there. So Popotito letting him go for a moment there, and now they're going to annihilate to take out the auto tread. Nico comes back into the hand, and yeah, Nico's now up to a 6-1, so that's a pretty real threat at some point this game. All right, so Winchest Contraband, that's the transmuted side of Winchest Cargo, is going to look at a random Fire, Justice, and Shadow unit, and Popotito will draw one of them. And it's going to be a Reinforced Baton. All right. Will that one stay, or is that one going to be market fodder, Patrick? It's going to be market fodder, as we're going to pick up a Regent's Tomb there for Popotito. And on the way back for EnclaveCryptologist, they are going to now exploit. See, what did Popotito get out of that market?
Was it a Slay or a Roland's Tomb? Time to find out.
Yeah, I think Makar Stranger is certainly a card I'd be concerned about if I were his EnclaveCryptologist. But it's, yeah.
Full reliable. Roland's Tomb.
And will we see Nico get played now after this exploit?
I don't see why not. You don't have really a path towards... I guess that you do have a path towards the auto tread insofar as you could display and get it back, but it seems awfully slow given the circumstances.
No plunder there from the exploit. Wonder what the plan we're going to see with Unstable Form is.
They might just not have anything to do with power number 6, even if there's no immediate plan for it.
Fair enough. Exploit is going to take out the opposing Display of Ambition, and will we see a plunder on the other side?
I think so. I'd really like to cast Display this turn and maybe hold the Vinegrafter back to block.
That's fair.
Gets a hand of just 2 transform cards.
It's going to be a no-go. So both players declining the plunder on their exploit. So plunder is an action that lets you transform a card in your hand if it's non-power into a sigil of its factions. And suffocate will take out the silence auto tread. And yeah, Vinegrafter sitting back to block, looks like. So where's EnclaveCryptologist at? No unstable forming. They're just going to accept this trade. Furious Magnaventures for Popotito. All right. That one hits pretty hard. Gain 3 armor. When it attacks, it gets plus strength and health equal to your armor. Another Display of Ambition for Popotito. So after a very nice job of picking apart the many attempts at auto-treading plus Nico, they're now looking to close this game out. EnclaveCryptologist is going to get one more turn here. They found another auto-tread. So yeah, they got to discard something other than Nico for the first go. Problem here is that if they get the auto-tread too big, it's just going to die to Display of Ambition.
Yeah, and the auto-tread can't actually manage any of the units. It can only just go directly at Popotito.
I guess EnclaveCryptologist could try to leave the auto-tread at just a 4. They've cleared out the armor with the auto-tread, so now the Furious Magnaventure is just going to be attacking as a 3/5. You could play Nico and transform it. It's kind of rough to give up on it, but...
None of these paths seem very realistic to beat normal cards. But we'll see in a moment, I suppose.
Oh, we will. We are going to see Nico get played 9-1, but it can't block. Display of Ambition is going to give the units +4 strength and overwhelm. And yeah, it's a forced block, so it's kind of nice, I guess, doing that on their turn. Even if you were to do another Display of Ambition, you're only going to get EnclaveCryptologist down to 1. Okay, so we get to exploit. So what is Popotito going to do here? They're going to go for another round of +1 strength and overwhelm? Yeah.
Just keep mashing, because the only thing that Cryptologist can really do is, unstable form this into whatever.
Hydran, yeah. Could start playing some +4/+4 weapons, but that won't do it. All right, so Popotito really picked apart sort of the combo strategy of EnclaveCryptologist. I guess we'll have to see maybe in the next game what if there's like something potent that they can do with unstable form, or if it's just kind of, it's a fun card.
You can get rid of Furious Magnaventress. That's nice.
There are 5 drops in the game which are worse than Furious Magnaventress.
There are quite a few, yeah.
Yeah.
So, just normal cards. Just play with normal cards. Even got the combo set up like 3 different times.
Yeah.
Just naturally drew 3 copies of Auto Tread. And just, I don't know. People talk a lot about the combo. I'm not saying that it's not good. I'm just saying those just normal cards seemed like a pretty effective strategy there against the combo. But that's why we play 2 out of 3.
Yeah, EnclaveCryptologist is going to get another crack at it. They'll be on the play this time in game number 2. For Popotito, yeah, I mean, that's some good classic FJSing. They picked apart with some good solid interaction, and then they had units to finish off the opponent. And they've changed over the years. I think Popotito not playing with any copies of Vara Vengeance Seeker. That's kind of notable. I can't remember the last time we saw an FJS deck that didn't have Vara.
Well, there's a lot of competition at 4, right? This list is playing Verbrugge, Furious Magnaventress, and Decro. Someone's got to give at some point. And, I think that when you're looking at all these different 4s, if you expect that Annihilate's going to be a pretty big card this weekend, that's a strike against playing with Vara. If you assume there's not going to be a whole lot in the way of just sort of stock Sky Crag or Stone Scar aggro decks where Vara really shines, that's another strike too. The place where you feel it the most, in my opinion, not having Vara, is against the Hurukira people. Because once you play Vara Vengeance Seeker against them, a lot of their interaction doesn't work anymore. But I think the FJS decks between Decro, efficient interaction, you don't have to worry too much about that. So if you're playing all these different 4s, Verbrugge has got to be a sort of a metagame-oriented card. Makes a lot of sense with the amount of Arch Import and adjacent strategies that are floating around. Something's got to give, and it just might not be the right weekend for Vara.
Yeah, I don't recall if Popotito is playing with Hidden Garut, but that's a card that certainly alleviates some of the pressure on playing with it, as that's another card that has that lovely shadow effect of nothing can have an Aegis. So big if you're playing with Shadow to be playing with ways to disrupt Aegises. If you run into a strategy heavy on it and you are just letting them get away with making like all of your removal effects take 2 cards to get the job done, that's not a recipe for success.
And Exploit 2 is another one as it relates to player Aegis too. So, there isn't a whole lot of it, but anytime you're bumping up against Aegis being good against you, it's really, really painful for Shadow strategies. So a little bit of like low cost ways of interacting with Aegis cards you would be interested in playing with anyway has been a staple of Shadow decks essentially since Vara's been around.
All right, so looking here at game number 2, we'll be heading down to it once both players have joined the action. Do give players an opportunity to take a few minutes before they hit join game if they got any business to attend to. As we know, for these players, they do get best of 3, but lose a single match and they're done. So
yeah,
a lot of pressure.
Take a minute, look over the deck lists. They have all the lists are available at this point, so sort of refresh yourself on all the different tricks, what's going on in the market, how you want to time certain things. the game is materially different once you get to this point that versus playing on a ladder. You have a lot more information about your mulligans. You have a lot more information about if your opponent has a response window at a particular time, what could be the card or cards that are available. And so taking that time to just do a little bit of research, freshen up there. With the stakes as high as this, it behooves the players to do that.
Makes sense. All right, here we go now in game number 2 of our match between Popotito and EnclaveCryptologist. Top of your screen, EnclaveCryptologist looking at another lovely 7-card hand with the combo, Auto Tread plus Nico. And then at the bottom, Popotito got a Bullseye and a Winchest Cargo, so the early going eventually gets there, but with 2 Volcano Tombs, we got a lot of depleted power. Yeah, no options, just play that Volcano Tome. EnclaveCryptologist, ooh, look at that Toxic Wisp, Patrick. You throw that one in Auto Tread, start mowing down some units.
Oh, yeah.
See Plunk. Oh, that lines up very nicely against what Popotito's got for the early plays here.
Yeah, Popotito just a little slow coming out of the gates here. A lot of depleted power, a lot of interaction. It's 2 or 3. Possible here that Plunk's going to be able to make things really hard on Popotito here and soften it up for eventually assembling a combo.
So we're going to see Auto Tread go through 2 spins with Nico, dropping Popotito down to 23. Plunk's going to get in there. It's going to draw a card and take 2 debt. So EnclaveCryptologist will start their next turn down 2 power, but they're up a card for their troubles. Valkyrie Enforcer here to silence the Auto Tread. But if you want to just torch the Valkyrie Enforcer and keep the hits on coming, that's there.
Yeah, I guess there's a question here of if you want to, how much you want to exploit this turn versus just torch and keep drawing. So you got to look at, you know, what can Popotito do on turn 4 versus turn 5? Can I afford to take the turn off for the exploit, or is it important to do it right now?
All right, we are going to see exploit here. Yeah, it's an FJS deck with some FJS cards in their hand.
Yeah.
I guess Black Book looks like would be kind of annoying to deal with in a few turns. The rest of the cards seem pretty interchangeable.
Exactly. It's the one sort of unique element of the hand. I guess maybe the Merchant, if you're really worried about the market, it's the fastest way for Popotito to get something out of there. But, you know, Bullseye and Open Contract are pretty similar.
All right, it's going to take Vine Grafter. That 2/2 regen body lines up very well against Plunk, which will now trade off with the Valkyrie Enforcer. So, yeah, EnclaveCryptologist has got... They're going to have to manage a bunch of things in the next few turns here. As we see a Decro Conqueror get picked up, is that going to be the play? Would shrink down the Auto Tread and get in for a nice 3-point swing. But it's going to be Corendon Merchant first.
A little curious there from EnclaveCryptologist's last turn. You have a Torch in your hand and a Plunk. Torch is not the easiest card to cash in profitably against Popotito, and allowing the Valkyrie Enforcer to trade there with the Plunk felt to me like just wait one more turn, and then you can Torch, and then your Plunk is free. As
Sure.
it stands, it's sort of like, what's going on with this Torch exactly? What's the plan long term?
Toxic Wisp is pretty nice for EnclaveCryptologist against Black Book, where it could maybe help one of these units continue to get through. We're going to see Nico and Plunk get deployed. And this is all lining up very nicely for the Conqueror, Patrick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They'll be able to both kill Nico and take out the Aegis off of Plunk if it were to be the play. Right now, Popotito doing a little bit of scouting. Seeing an Argent Port Tome coming next turn. If they keep that on top, that allows them to play both Black Book and play Open Contract. They're going to, yep, attack the Decro, take out the Nico. There's the Decro on the other side. This is going to kill the Decro. Torch is going to bring back Nico. It is up to a 6-1. Now Plunk is going to draw a card. Picks up a Huru painting. That won't pay off the debt this turn as it is depleted, but next turn. And now for Popotito, they could go with Regent's Tomb plus a removal spell, but they're going to go for Black Book. And it's going to see no spells or attachments, so it has been stymied.
Still a good line last turn there from EnclaveCryptologist of being able to, knowing that Black Book was coming and sequencing in such a way that the sabotage would have nothing to take.
Yeah. Wow, look at this. So Plunk, if Plunk were to get blocked by Black Book, it would turn into a 4-2 because Plunk has Valor. When it gets blocked, it gets +1/+1 this turn. And then Torch would finish it off. So this is a tricky spot here for Popotito. If they sniff a Torch, how do they want to play it? And they're going to walk into it. Which is tough, but obviously it costs a lot to just let Plunk get free reign on the attacks.
Yeah. Now this Roland's Tomb has really gone down in value too because, from the Black Book last turn, there's nothing going on.
Right on. And so open contract and Bullseye will take out the 2 units. And then we're going to see Regent's Tomb for Popotito. Lingering Influence, draw Justice Schedule and Scout, and it's going to leave a Vinegrafter on top. All right. So Vinegrafter is going to potentially be able to find a removal effect to take out this Decro after it kills the Regent's Tomb. Assuming that's where it's going. It is.
Yeah.
And EnclaveCryptologist right now just hanging on to that Toxic Wisp. If they could ever find another Auto Tread, or maybe they got Black Book of their own. Who knows what's going on in that deck list? There's a lot of factions. There's Makar's Stranger. Another Decro Conqueror. Is that going to be able to outrace the Makar Stranger? I think so.
Yeah, this is down to 5, and then... Well, now maybe we actually tune up the damage with the Toxic Wisp. Looks like...
Oh, you drop him down to 5 or 4.
Right.
Popotito, you got anything better than the Makar Stranger you just...
Yeah, now we just go and get Edict of Makar. Yeah.
Yeah, Makar Stranger was the high upside play. If it wasn't for the second Decro Conqueror, it's certainly much better at converting this from a loss to a win, whereas Edict of Makar is a little more of like converting this from a law to it's an even game. And right now, Popotito down to 2. They're going to draw an Exploit. Maybe they'll take a peek at the hand as they exit. Nope. They're good. They're ready for game 3. Decro Conqueror takes it down for EnclaveCryptologist as they tie up this best-of-3 set at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, really great sequencing there, and just in terms of taking the wind out of the sails of Black Book and Roland's Tomb. Both really underperformed that game, and that's because Cryptologist sort of was aware ahead of time that those things were coming. That Torch into Decro set up there made sure that there was nothing to sabotage, and Popotito's cards were just not efficient at handling what was going on the board.
Yeah. What did you what do you make of EnclaveCryptologist deck as we've gotten to peel back the curtain a little bit more?
Do we know whether or not they are playing with Zoltan Conclave? the diplomatic seal and just all power that makes 2 pips that enters depleted. I'm interested in investigating that a little bit. But there's a lot of cool stuff going on for sure.
Yeah, I would certainly imagine that would be a card I would be looking to. Balances out the paintings well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get it's like a rebate. It's all free at that point.
Yeah, Zoltan Conclave, new power card in Unleashed. When it comes into play, you can take 2 damage. If you do, you get to gain an influence of your choice. So it's I would say it's our most reliable 5-faction influence providing power we've ever had in the game. Always undepleted. You don't have to take the damage to gain influence. So that's kind of an upside. A little bit risky, I guess, if you draw multiples of them in a game.
Yeah, but this is also true of Diplomatic Seal.
True.
Although that game, they were very smooth.
Yes.
Primal into Shadow, into a Rakano power, and now everything's off and running. So we'll see.
Yeah, and I guess one of the fun things is that when you play a deck with Exploit with so many different factions, you can kind of fix if you get if you have 2 primal cards you can't play.
Smooth
Turn
itself
one of
out.
them into a primal sigil.
Exactly.
All right, so Popotito will be on the play here in game number 3. Both players playing with Decro Conqueror. It's pretty nice when you're playing with these damage effects, the way that that card can squeeze something into the range.
Yeah, you know, you have Bullseye. You have a couple of ways of sort of wearing things down. Certainly, the card gets really powerful if you happen to get more than one copy unchecked. So, very good on its own, and then also happens to synergize nicely with cards you would already be playing with anyway, which is a hallmark of sort of these mid-range strategies. How can I get a little bit more out of the sum of the parts of cards that I'm kind of happy to be playing with anyway?
All right. So, because we're getting ready for game number 3 here between these players, do you think you could predict any additional cards that are in EnclaveCryptologist deck that we haven't seen yet? You got 4 factions.
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I think there might be black books around. If they've got Toxic Wisp, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that once you have so much dedicated to fighting units, you're really in the market for Black Book. Just something to break up non-units.
Tom, did you say you have their deck list? Any other bangers they got? No black books, our producer says.
Black Book is also sick with Unstable Form. It's like so many different ways.
Unstable Form, yeah. Yeah. What are they doing with the unstable forms? I'm trying to think if there's any like wombo combos. I can't think of any.
Yeah, maybe just having a good time is the answer.
That is how I typically play with unstable form.
Yeah, I'm not
Do
picky.
they have Steyer's Eyes, Tom? No Steyer's Eyes. I thought
Steyer's Eyes in this deck is sort of, yeah. Once I have Justice, I can get more Justice. It's like that's not really what the bottleneck is.
it's good. It's good because you can discard the Nico.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
What else? How about Honor of Claws? No Honor of Claws.
No Honor of Claws. It seems like they're kind of a little beatdowny.
Yeah.
All right, well, chat, you can continue to guess cards.
We'll find out.
And you can guess cards that aren't Eternal cards either. They seem about as likely.
Yeah. The full make-em-ups. Tom, what's going on?
Yeah. Ace of Spades.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 1 Ace of Spades.
1 Ace of Spades. All right.
Rules for stud poker. Right, exactly.
Popotito playing with cards we would expect.
Yeah, normal cards. What you got going on?
Suffocate. Open Contract.
What do you have going on?
Me personally?
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch Game 7 tonight of Celtics Heat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's me. Be a nice weekend. All right, Enclave Cryptologist. Top of your screen. Damar Def Saboteur was not guessed by the commentators. Is in the deck list. Elf Rogue going back into the deck. Alchemy Student. I'm now feeling more confident that there is Crown Watch Press Gang in this list.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. We've now seen Auto Tread, Toxic Wisp, Alchemy Student. Any other ones? Wonder if there's another one drop. Maybe a Street Urchin. Like a good Street Urchin.
I think they thought of the Street Urchin very easily.
Popotito. Suffocate, Valkyrie Enforcer, and Exploit. We've seen those cards in action before.
Yeah, they work. They're as advertised.
Winchester Cargo. I don't think we need more power here. What do you think, Popotito?
Get that out of here.
Give him a think suit. Give him a think see. I don't. The one thing about it is that if you keep a non-power on top of your deck, you can exploit it into. No, it doesn't. You can't play exploit next turn if you don't draw something.
Popotito doesn't even have the pips lined up to transmute it because there's no second shadow.
No. Hey, I like a good think as much as the next guy. All right. Seek power. Makes sense. Margin Port Tome, so they can't exploit this turn. That's going to open up things for Plunk Pumpkin. He's the bravest Yeti there ever was. And right now, a exploit, a Valkyrie Enforcer, Suffocate. Pretty sure that won't get played before Valkyrie Enforcer knocks off the Aegis. Give it a little tap. Oi. This is going to be a very nice start for EnclaveCryptologist because they can now take the Suffocate, torch the Valkyrie Enforcer, get in a hit.
And now it's exploit and nothing versus a plunk.
Yeah. Do you think Popotito play tested against this deck?
Unlikely.
No. EnclaveCryptologist did not draw with Plunk. They want to make sure they can start playing another threat next turn, like one of those smugglers, which I imagine is what we're going to see taken here.
Right. It had to be just because you know that you're going to get exploited next turn almost certainly, and you wanted to keep. You really want to get into the market the next turn to justify that play.
The third Volcano Tomb was turned into a treasure trove, which drew into a Stone Scar painting. Oh my, so much power for Popotito now. Light Blast Smuggler, Sill's Stronghold.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Getting very dicey. Oh, Decro. You shouldn't have. Taking out Plunk. Getting Popotito right back into the game. Can Sill Stronghold kill Decro? No, because its
Absolutely
removal is Victimless Crime, which can kill a non-hero unit. Popotito now drawing Winchest Contraband. It could be anything. What do you want right now, Patrick? You're a connoisseur of random shadow cards.
What card would I want to find, or what do I want Popotito to find?
Oh,
Anything with Valkyrie Warp is the answer to the latter.
Shogun of the Waste.
Oh, that bangs, yeah.
Double damage, summon. Your other units get double damage this turn. Decro hitting for 6. That one is going to get Strongholded, is my
Is that a
prediction.
hero?
No.
No.
You can tell it doesn't have those laurels. Look at those lovely laurels on Decro Conqueror.
Oh, okay.
And Shogun of the Waste doesn't. Victimless Crime. Light Pass Smuggler can't even attack. Karenin Merchant. Getting ready to get Popotito.
Go get a sleigh. Pick a sleigh.
I bet it's going to get a... I don't know.
A stranger, probably, I guess.
Car Stranger?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds pretty nice. I can't believe how far ahead Popotito has gotten. Oh, Crown Watch Press Gang. Plus, get that Toxic Wisp. And then next turn, the Machine Gun.
Break it up.
Yeah.
Might be able to break it up.
Stable form there.
What a game.
Wild. Oh. Oh.
Well, that's still not really doing very much.
No.
Assuming that everything's back in EnclaveCryptologist's hand.
Oh my goodness. Auto Tread. Toxic Wisp. Bang. Got another one for you. Bang, bang. Crown Watch Press Gang. Happy to get revenge back in the deck if Brennan Merchant wants to block. So now you can open contract the Auto Tread. That would get rid of that.
Oh, you do this. You hold back.
Oh.
Because they're, you're just gonna unstable form them into a stinker probably. That's how it went.
That
Now you
is
keep
kinda
your.
how that works.
Now you keep your.
Oh wow,
move
Karenin
back.
Merchant's still not blocking, and it's. I guess you're gonna be happy about that if Popotito as a Plunk arrives. Now Furious Magniventress.
Uh-oh. Normal card alert. Normal card alert. Popotito now way ahead.
Big Mags is nice here. Ooh. What happens if you attack with everything?
It's really bad for EnclaveCryptologist, I think.
Yeah.
It's Magniventress in front of Plunk and Merchant in front of the Wisp. Yeah, this is the... I drew Torch, and I just kind of hope that you cooperate. Attack.
Yeah. So do you Torch face to knock off that armor? Answer is no.
You still get a draw step next turn to improve your circumstances, and that play from EnclaveCryptologist is very much trying to soften it up for maybe Plunk to get an attack next turn.
I see. So now EnclaveCryptologist, maybe just an attack with the press gang?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because again, it's the same sort of logic of now your Torch gets to trade off, and Plunk is still available theoretically next turn to start rolling downhill.
So, Display of Ambition, take 2 damage, draw 2 units from your void. Imagine that's what we're seeing here. Magnaventress. Do we have a Decro still in the void?
Yeah, it got shot down by the auto tread.
Oh, how about the Predatory Carnosaur that got transformed earlier?
Oh, that's nice.
You remember that one?
That's nice with it.
That's one of those previously on. Previously on this game, what was it? A Shogun of the Waste?
That's right. Yep.
That's what it was. All right, Torch doesn't kill Predatory Carnosaur.
No, it was on the Makar Stranger.
That's right.
The Shogun of the Waste made an untimely victimless crime.
Crown Watch Press Gang. Back to do its thing again. No Nikos this game for the old auto treadness. Not really. I mean, so you could play auto tread, pop it up twice. Oh, they played a power. So EnclaveCryptologist can go for the win. A Magnaventress plus an open contract would open up a lethal attack. Only question is, does EnclaveCryptologist want to kind of, or does Popotito want to use up those cards that way, or do they want to just kind of see, like, are you really just going to chump block here?
Well, you got to check the Decklist first, and chump blocking is actually pretty, like there is an incentive to go for it here that's pretty strong, because now that the press gang has, could be recurred, and, I'd rather have it stunned within the void on top of everything else.
Yep. All right, lethal attack for Popotito. They advance to the top 32 there in an extremely normal match of Eternal, where a Makar Stranger stole an unstable form off the top of a 4-faction deck, used it to transform the Makar Stranger into a Predatory Carnosaur, and then got it back later with Display of Ambition.
Well, I actually really enjoy games like that, where at the top level it's, normal sort of units and interaction playing against a combo deck, but the nuances of what's going on in the combo deck and just Eternal as a digital game means that there's all this novel stuff happening inside of each game. Yeah. They're all going to be different from each other once you have cards like Unstable Form kind of floating around.
Absolutely. Guess what, Patrick? That was the last match of the round, so it's pretty unusual that we go wire to wire with one match. It means we kind of rolled a 1 out of 64 on that one, but we were more than rewarded with a very lovely brew from EnclaveCryptologist and a very nice performance by Popotito, sort of managing their way through some very uncertain waters, especially in Game 3, where it looked they were very far behind.
Yeah, no, that game was looking very, very bad for Popotito, so credit to them for being able to navigate through those waters.
All right, so we will be back with the round of 32 in a few minutes. Stay tuned. We got 5 more rounds to go today. It's going to be fun.
So that leads me into sort of your testing for the event. Were you working with a group of people, or were you sort of just on your own drafting a bunch?
So, yeah, I was on my own. Basically, what happened was I saw the preview event for Cold Hunt, and during the spoiler season, I saw like 3 times as many cards as I'm usually excited about. So I was going in excited about the set. And then the draft rewards were also announced, like the changes to the prize structure that made drafting just seem much more appealing. So I started there, and then the set came out, and I loved Inscribe and Contract as mechanics. I think that they're very, very good limited mechanics. Inscribe because, you know, being able to play your cards allows fewer non-games. And I like that contract allows a player to, a lot of times in games, there will be situations that arise where you need to do something immediately. And previously before contract, it was a binary, you either could or you couldn't. And now you have more of the option to react immediately and kind of pay for it later. And often that's the difference between being able to do something or just not at all. So I think in that regard, it makes limited a much better format. I really like the format, so I drafted it very intensely for 4 months. When the format was changed and the packs were reordered and the curated things, like at that point, it had been 4 months or so, you know, people were looking for a new format. I didn't really love the new format, so I basically stopped playing for like 6 months, or not 6 months, 6 weeks. And then the day before the event started, the day one event, I drafted like most of the day before that. And that was basically my preparation.
So what did you not like about the change? Because there's basically two things that are going on there. One is the pack order is different. And then secondly, there's plus and minus cards, you know, Nightfall made a return. What were the things about the change that you found unappealing or just weren't for you or whatever the case may be?
So for me, the thing is that compared to the curated packs, the Cold Hunt packs are just significantly more powerful, which means that when you have that as your first pack, you're looking at your more powerful cards first. So it's easier to have a sense of where your deck is going. Whereas when you flip it around and you do the curated packs, it's very easy to just be like getting to the next pack, seeing all these good cards that aren't in the colors and feeling like your first pack just didn't really do anything for you. And then in addition to that, it wasn't necessarily bad. It was more a sense that the format hadn't changed like a lot. So in that sense, it kind of felt like I was still doing what I was doing for the last 4 months. And I'd been doing that a lot. So there was probably a bit of a burnout factor in that regard as well.
So my own like personal experience playing the format was I felt like once the draft set aside the contents actually being different and just speaking to the order of the packs, that I found myself drafting two factions a lot more often after the change went, because when you're starting off with Cold Hunt, you have like you could just be kind of grabbing inscribe cards and remain super flexible. And as you mentioned, the average common's probably stronger than in the curated pack. And so you got to have this like architecture of fixing and like low opportunity cost inscribe cards, and then you could kind of fill out from there. When you started with the curated pack, you were a lot more kind of, I'm settling into two factions early because I don't have the same saturation of fixing and inscribe to start off the draft. I'm curious if you had a similar experience, or you sort of said that the format didn't feel that different to you. Were you still kind of just doing the same strategies?
So in the initial format of the Cold Hunt, curated Cold Hunt, I know that during your interview with the Overmaster, he had said that he thought, you know, that the 4-faction Invoke deck was basically where you wanted to be. And I was personally never of that opinion. So I usually ended up going in drafting 2 colors and wanting to splash powerful cards of a third, if I could, off of inscribes or whatever. So as a result, that's kind of like, yes, 4-faction Invoke was a perfectly fine deck. It wasn't one I gravitated towards, and as a result, my 2 main colors, slight splash of a third approach to the format didn't really change that much in the end when the next format came out.
Well, this has given me a sigh of relief here, because my approach to drafting both the previous format and this one was much more, the one that you won was much more in the space that you're describing. And I was watching some of these drafts. Now I could be a little honest about it. I'm not on the air. I was watching some of these drafts and I'm like, I feel like I'm losing my mind here. Like people are just doing this stuff for the sake of doing it. And then anytime someone just had like a 2-faction deck with units that could attack, there was just like The other side was just all their power was depleted. They couldn't play their stuff, and by the time they could play their stuff, it wasn't even particularly good. And but I saw it so much, I was like, this is I guess this has got to be the thing. Like I'm not arrogant enough to assume that I'm watching like the 60 or 70 best drafters. They're all doing the same thing. I guess it's just me with my biases, right? So this interview was already putting me at ease hearing you talk about the format kind of more in terms of the way that I approached it.
Yeah, like the 4 or 5 faction invoke decks were powerful, but they weren't particularly fast, and you still needed to be able to defend yourself, or you just die to people, like not even necessarily particularly fast decks, just people that were like playing a bunch of Calderon captains over and over with some like 2 or 3 drops. So I think in that sense, like, yeah, those decks were always a lot better in the later games, and you didn't always get to the later games. So
I had this feeling watching the World Championships and some of our other draft stuff of being like, I feel like if these people could just play 45 rune swords, they would play 45 rune swords. And that's just like that's just not my style. Like I gravitate more towards just be streamlined, efficient, make sure you can play your cards. Just so many games come down to one player just not being able to play stuff. Like, just don't let that be you. But then watching our best players just do basically the opposite of that for 4 months, I was sort of like, is it them or is it me? And the answer could be it's somewhere in the middle, right? Like the 4 faction
yeah,
stuff can be fine some amount of time, but I gotta tell you, this is relaxing me,
well,
talking
that's
about it
good.
this way.
I'm
So
glad that I could do this for you.
Welcome back to the top 32 here at the Open. Andrew Beckstrom and Patrick Sullivan. For this round, we're going to be checking out Nameless. We'll get their deck list up in just a second here. They brought an interesting take on Minotaurs, Patrick. Another one of these Argent Port decks that we're going to be seeing this weekend. They got Tavarod. Let's get them front and center there. Tavarod, Arc Broker. When it attacks, draw a Minotaur and weapon from the top 5 cards of your deck. Give them +5 strength and discard the rest. I mean, I remember working on Tavrod with you in one of my first meetings here at Direwolf, and it's many years later, but he's back and kicking.
Well, this is probably the first real marquee what the hell were the designers thinking card in Eternal's history. And, as they say about true love, the test is you send it out, and if it comes back, that's when you know. And Throne, true love for Tavrod. It's an interesting strategy here because you have a lot of units and a lot of sweepers. That doesn't make much sense sort of at a baseline, but all these units require just so much on the table to combat them. Various Man of Interest, Tavrod, these things are easily worth multiple cards. And so you can soften people up with your huge units, play a sweeper, and then win with the leftovers. It's not the most intuitive thing, like I said. Usually when you see cards like Nothing Remains, Equalize, it's in decks with very few units, and this deck has a lot of units. Know Thy Enemy is really the key thing here that's going on. It's a way of leveraging the fact that you don't have that much in the way of cheap units, and you have so many huge hits in your deck that card is, to me, really sort of emblematic of the entire strategy.
Yeah, it's one of the most flexible sweepers in the game. Both it lets you catch up really fast against like aggressive Yeti starts, but also can provide you some lasting staying power. And if you ever get to 9 power in this deck, both with Know Thy Enemy and with Golden Horn Security, that's one of the other new drops and new cards in this deck. You can really make some big things happen. Golden Horn Security, 3-cost 4/3 Minotaur with Unleash, and when it attacks, if it attacks with another Minotaur, your Minotaurs get +1 strength this turn.
Is that a combo with a second copy of Golden Horn Security?
It is.
Well, it's weird because they're only playing 3, so like it's not really like they're trying very hard to make that happen, right? Oh, wait a minute. Unleash can by itself create 2 or even 3 copies of Golden Horn Security.
It's weird that didn't come up when we were working on designing this set. Anyway, Nameless, we'll see them in action here. They're going to be up against a Xenon deck here. Got a couple of copies of Allhead and Send an Agent for AleshaKills at the bottom of your screen. And yeah, this hand is a little bit lacking in power, but with a Crest of Mystery being on the draw, Alesha just, I think, has to like the card quality they're seeing here enough to keep it.
Yeah, not a perfect hand by any stretch, but better than your average 6, I believe.
That Pledge card at the top of the deck, a little too late to turn into power. So it's going to go down to the bottom as Moonstone Vanguard. Meanwhile, Nameless, whew, they are coming out fast with a Builder's Decree, going to lock out a non-power card of their choice in the enemy player's hand for the next 2 turns. I would guess it's the Allhead Ascendings. Doesn't seem like we're about to play into the Sending Agents.
Right. I think, given a matchup that's this slow, if you're in Nameless's position, you really like to Lost Scroll and try to get something out of the blueprints, try to get a treasure off the Silex, if possible. May not be possible. And therefore, Sending Agent's just not that threatening in the short term.
All right, Lost Scroll going to grab another Justice Sigil off the top of the deck. Just passing it back now for AleshaKills. Their Allheads will be unlocked next turn, but for now, Nameless is going to play their Argent Port Blueprints, get the Heirloom, and now... are we going to see anything? Oh, they played a Stormhall Plating, and they're going to equalize, Patrick. This is going to wipe out, what, 4 cards from AleshaKills' hand?
Yeah, this is really a great sequence here from Nameless. I was a little perplexed by the early Builder's Decree, but if the line was just set up and equalize, trade 1 card for 4, and then my leftovers are going to be better, that's just really, really tight sequence right there. Great game plan. To say nothing of having the blueprints here left over, which is, probably good enough that it warrants a Send an Agent over a long game, which, if you could.
All right, so after Ikaria Ultimate, Send an Agent, I'll take it out. Top decking another Ikaria is Nameless, and they're going to play on this game for a while. This is really setting up if Nameless were to ever draw one of their Golden Horde Securities, a Tavrod, Know Thy Enemy. These would all be phenomenal draws right now. Meanwhile, AleshaKills is going to do a little time etchings rather than attack this turn, going into the market and picking up an Edict of Grodov. Lovely thing about that card is it very nicely handles a Know Thy Enemy that's been amplified multiple times. And a Nash is the pickup with the other market effect. Stormhall Knife on top, Patrick. That could go well if we Magnaventress and get some armor this turn.
I think, you know, that if you assume Nash is the card, it's there is something appealing about being able to take care of the Aurelian Merchant next turn, as stripping down a little bit of power there means, you know, at least one more turn delay on that.
All right, looks like Stormhall Knife went to the bottom. We're going to see another Magnaventress here. This time it's going to lock down the Aurelian Merchant to prevent any chump blocks. And we're going to get to see Magnaventress come in for 9 along with Ikaria. This is going to be a 13-point attack. Edict of Grodov could bounce one of these units, but wouldn't necessarily get us where we need to be. And now Minotaur Lighthouse just going to come down just as a 4/4. Edict of Grodov will finish that one off. Nothing in hand for Exploit. Nash will get to take out the Ikaria. But, yeah, I guess... Okay, so Allhead gets to really chip away at this armor.
I mean, an attack here is so much better than a block, so...
I think you have to chump if you're nameless, because of how meaningful the armor will be.
Yeah, it's a rock.
Oh, you don't even have to chump. You could just double block here.
It's a rock and a hard place, but yeah, I think this attack from Lucia is really good, and this double block from Nameless is also really good.
Because now when the next Magnaventress attacks, it will be attacking for a lethal attack. It's going to force Nash into a chump block. And keep in mind, I believe Nameless still has an Argentport Heirloom, which can draw a couple of units back from the Void. I think we'll see that here in a moment. Another Lighthoof on top.
Yeah, Lighthoof on top is sick, too. Magnaventress is so likely to be lethal, and most of what Alicia is drawing to are units to block.
So those units pick up Aegis and Endurance. Exploit will get to kill the Magnaventress. And Twin Spiteling is a good follow-up. It just turns out I think the Minotaur Lighthoof is going to be lethal here if we kept that on top. We did. Nameless will give the Magnaventress unblockable. And look at that. Nameless coming across, Patrick. 13 points.
A really non-intuitive opening line from Nameless there that was just brilliant. Great first game there.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's so easy to get tunnel visioned on, I would say, the primary mode of Equalize, which is deal with all of the units. And then really the secondary mode is like deal with all of the units and get to hit the hand. You sometimes could lose track of, like, you could just play this as a pretty busted discard effect if your opponent is just not playing to the board.
Yeah, and identifying the, you know, it's not deterministic necessarily, but Nameless, I think, sequence everything so well in terms of, well, I have Magnaventress, I have Ikaria, and I've got the Blueprints relic left over here. So and I have more power too because I've been accelerating. So the likelihood that my leftovers are better than yours, again, it's not a lock, but it's extremely likely. And Nameless really never took their foot off the gas that entire game. Every turn was more cards, more leverage onto the table.
All right, so AleshaKills is going to start this game off with a lovely little logistics expert, +1 maximum power. And for Nameless, once again, they got a copy of Equalize in hand. And with a lost scroll in hand, we could see that all happen pretty fast. Now, AleshaKills, of course, picking up an exploit, so we'll have something to say about all that. Yeah, so Alicia, respecting Equalize, knows they can't just do something like play Sandstorm Titan.
Yep.
Too devastatingly bad if that were to not work out. But they will get to play All Head Ascending, play out his Time Sigil, attack with Tokas. They're set up to deploy the Moonstone Vanguard next turn, and a very efficient start, really contrasting with what happened in game number 1.
Although, at the end of the day, still not a lot in the way of, pressure. Lucy still has a ton of exposure to, a sweeper, which we know this deck is playing a lot of. So, good start, and they've certainly, by getting rid of the Equalize, they've gotten out the worst of it. But still a really tenuous position, I would say.
All right, so Moonstone Vanguard coming down. It's going to get to start drawing cards here for Nameless. They picked up a Time Etchings. And that Stormalt Knife next turn could attempt to trade with the Vanguard. We'll see if that comes to pass. All right, so Xenon Temple. What are we taking first here, Patrick? Oh, look at that. So it's Killer to really shrink down the Magnaventress into nothing range, making it a -1/1.
Yeah, so it can initiate an attack here. And if you assume the play here from Nameless is going to be knife and attack your Moonstone Vanguard. Okay. Again, there's still no attack in the aftermath of the Magnaventress. And now your sight's unchecked, and your Alicia now is really starting to roll downhill.
All right, so potentially is Xenon Augury here. Oh, it's going to be a Scare to finish off the Magnaventress. Oh, really opening up the attacks now. Stormhalt Plating for Nameless. That really will be big. Ascendant Agent can deal with this Stormhalt Knife if AleshaKills wants to. They do. So Nameless is keeping themselves around and really hoping to top deck something like an Equalize.
Yeah, I mean, Alicia's clock is a little on the slow side, and Nameless is still drawing to a bunch of good cards, but Alicia's doing their best to apply as much pressure as possible, and I think we have Lethal rolled up now.
Yeah, this Curtain Call will give +2 to both of these attackers. That'll bring it up to 11, as we're going to see AleshaKills win game number 2 here, tying this up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, great stuff. It's been really interesting game so far. Again, I think correct to put such a premium on getting Equalize out of there, and on the right turn too. Like you want to give basically as many draw steps as possible for Nameless to find it without them being able to play it, and was able to apply some pressure there. Got a window to go get the Zen Insight, and no sweeper was found there for Nameless, and not able to play their cards efficiently. We saw a turn 6 Stormhold Knife, turn 7 Stormhold Knife, and once Alicia's in that position of applying pressure, playing multiple threats, that's just not going to be good enough to catch up.
Yeah. I mean, I think something that we've seen come up in a few of these games is a player gets started with a plus max power unit, a good 2-drop, and not everybody is playing with the 1-cost removal. They've got the more flexible, more expensive removal, and we saw that this game from Nameless. It was just like that early logistics expert led to so many good things happening, and just a single Suffocate, something like that would have made a world of a difference.
Yeah, Nameless's deck is really not playing any Spire removal. There's no Slays, leaning very heavily on the sweepers, and sometimes that can be really strong against the acceleration because turn 4 you take everything out. But sometimes if you don't have sweeper, you can fall really far behind, and that's what happened to Nameless there in game number 2.
All right, so yeah, Nameless has Know Thy Enemy. That would have been a phenomenal card last game. Kill both All Head and Logistics Expert, but they've got it this game, and yeah, no proactive plays coming from them until like turn 5, I guess. Meanwhile, on the other side, All Head Ascending will be our first big play, and I guess an early check from Nameless. Do they want to play out the Know Thy Enemy, deal with the All Head, or throw down the Icaria first? Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah, once you have Know Thy Enemy, I think with as far as the Ikaria goes, it's kind of like you're happy if it dies and you're happy if it does not die. And also, Nameless is very obviously, and I think correctly, trying to put a premium on things like Silex and Argentport Blueprints getting their full value. Willing to take their time and be patient, play some power depleted, whatever it takes, because in a long game, those extra cards are really huge.
Interesting decision here for Nameless. I was going to say that they could either try to set up the Silex to draw a treasure trove or the blueprints to get them an Argentport heirloom, and they've gone with that route, and they're going to get that relic now. They've accelerated their power up, so now all kinds of good things are going to be online for them in the next few turns between unleashing Golden Horn security, amplifying Know Thy Enemy, or throwing down a Tavrod.
Tavrod!
So it's going to be Nameless. They also picked up a Lost Scroll. That will help them get up to, like, doing one of those 3 drops a third time. We're going to see a pair of Minotaurs arrive. We're getting pretty close on Allhead getting to 8 time influence where things really get crazy. For now, it's going to be Twin Spiteling. Now we'll see Lost Scroll plus one of these Tavrods. So now 1 power away from double amplify on the Know Thy Enemy. But, okay, so we're going to see Xenon Temple plus Xenon Initiation is going to take out Tavrod. Will we see attacks from anything else? No, but a big Minotaur Lighthoof here. This could open up an unblockable attack to finish off the site. Very welcome for Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, once you're sort of the site there is really what applies a lot of pressure. It's one of the few cards that Alicia has that allows them to keep up in sort of just the raw card economy sort of battle. Once that's off and it's just my units versus your units, now Nameless gets to create a lot of leverage potentially with their sweepers, maybe an additional Tavrod, something like that.
So if you're Nameless, I think what you're thinking about here is the fact that Know Thy Enemy is going to be able to take out the Allhead. So what they're going to do is we're going to see them block with Ikaria and maybe enough other Minotaurs to take out the Timekeeper and try to clean things up that way. And they're going to really be hoping to get an undepleted power off the top of their deck. The K damage is really going to do a number on all of these units. Yeah, they're not all going to go away, but it does leave the Lighthoof as just a 1/1. Time etchings. What's the big follow-up for Alicia here? Second Allhead is going to be great, too.
Yeah, is there a second just...
Oh, Edict of Grodov. Haha, depleted power. So, not going to get that third one here for Nameless. The only question is, can you wait one more turn? And right now, Nameless doesn't think so.
I don't. Certainly after Alicia's gone into the market, I don't think
Oh, they whiffed on the Know Thy Enemy. The enemy was themselves this time. Moonstone Vanguard going to draw a card here. Going to see a double block. The good news for Nameless is that Equalize is very much in the range of something that can pull them back right now. They're not going to commit any more than that. We're going to see a Tavrod get played. It'll likely get edicted, and that's going to do it. Well, that's what would have happened. But AleshaKills takes this down 2-1. Nice job of recovering for that Xenon deck after getting pretty rolled in game number 1 by that Equalize.
Yeah, and I think Alicia just did a wonderful job with their market. That was a big part of it. But both the site and the Grodovs, the fast spell,
The Edict of Grodov, yeah.
Edict of Grodov were both just really, really strong for certain synergies, creating a lot of leverage. You know, Nameless's deck is not that great at attacking once Alesha's sort of in a defensive position, and there's a bunch of units in play, that really favors the Zenin deck, and the site forces Nameless to play a game they don't really want to play, and then having something back up to fight off one of the big plays. Those two cards were just really key in the games that Alesha was able to win.
Yeah, All Head Ascending has been a really impressive card out of the Zenin decks. Every time we've seen that, it's that first ability of your attacking units have decay, meaning that their damage permanently shrinks, whatever it deals damage to, whether it's a relic weapon or a unit. It's just been enormous, whether it was against Arcanum's Trueheart or allowing a killer attack on a 3/5 with a 4/4 to be basically everything you needed.
If you go and look at these Argenport lists too, you're looking at Furious Magniventress, Tav Rod, Black Book, a lot of units that are just about I'm really effective at blocking the turn that I come down, and then I start attacking. And that decay attack from Allhead is a huge swing, because once you block, you're going down to 0 strength. You don't necessarily get to swing on the way back. You can chip down these things over the course of multiple turns. So Allhead's definitely been a star this weekend.
All right, so we've got Portich here up against Random 7945. And Random is up a game. Portich is probably playing one of the Zenin Reanimator deck lists this weekend, as we see Vara herself, Vara Fate Touched. When you play her, you get for another shadow unit. You get to play a shadow unit from your void. Looks like Portich doesn't need this one, though, as they're going to take this game down. And Random 7945 will be back in a minute. I mentioned I didn't see any display of laws, but I was wrong there, as Random's had one of them in their hand.
Yep. So Display of Law is the the justice part of that cycle. It's got 3 modes. It can kill a unit that has no battle skills. You can search your deck for an undepleted Justice Sigil, or you can give a unit double damage. So there's a couple things that are going on there. One is, it's a removal spell against some of the stuff that's going on. Doesn't kill a lot. Most things have at least 1 battle skill, but occasionally you run into some Scale Swarm Patrols or auto treads or what have you, where it can be effective there. You always have the out of being able to go get an undepleted sigil. Well, okay, well that's great, and if you're doing any sort of empower stuff, all the better. And the double damage to one of your units, particularly alongside Furious Magniventress, that's a pretty strong combo, because that thing is often coming in, as a 6 power or greater unit, and it's not hard to cobble together some sort of backdoor combo kills with it. Also, Random 7945 playing with the Crescendo to give a unit flying. So that's a way that you can really kill out of nowhere with Furious Magniventress, Alessi, a couple of the other units in this deck.
Yeah, this Combre list is doing what a few of them are, which is incorporating Stutter Step. It's a new 1-cost time spell in Unleashed. Make a unit disappear. It returns to play at the start of the next turn. It won't proc any summons, and its attachments will still be on it. But it's nice that it can both protect your units from sweepers, spot removal, and if you ever want to just get rid of a blocker for a turn, go ahead and play that on an enemy unit.
Yep.
So we're going to see Darkwater Vines doing its thing, paired with Chairman's Contract, really filling up the void there. And now we'll see Akaria. And yeah, Alessi's not going to attack into that 2-1 regen this turn. Let's take a playoff.
Or at least I hope so. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, looks like the action's back on Portich. Look at that. They got Severin of the Dark. That one really pops off with Akari if you can surge afterwards. All right, so not going into the market yet, just time etchings. They've got Crack the Earth in hand. That can go and get Grasping at Shadows when needed. So now Random gonna get to start making some waves here. Akari is all the way up to 6 Justice Influence, and both it and Akari are going to get to, both it and Alessi are going to consider attacking, but we're going to hold off, it looks like, for a moment.
Yeah, even with Stutter Step and Silverblade Intrusion, I still think it's better just to wait one more turn. Once you have all your power available, things get a lot smoother for random. And, ideally, you kind of have a setup here of one of your spells can sort of fend off whatever's coming on Portich's turn, and then if they happen to reanimate something, now you have Valkyrie Enforcer to snag it.
All right, so here we go. Crack the Earth, play a 1/1 Cultist, and exchange a card in your hand with a 5-cost card in your market. Very often means grasping at shadows for these Zine and Reanimator decks. It does. Tom, if we could get a quick look at Portich's Void when you have a second there. I'd love to just take a peek. So there's an Ikaria First Reaper. And another Ikaria First Reaper. So no Varus, but still bringing back an Ikaria next turn will be very nice. And we're going to see Stutter Step throw the Hojin out of play, but not before it gets to Renown. Saving it from the Rat King. Goodbye, Hojin. And Hojin's back.
I like that setup there a lot from Portich because, you get the Stutter Step out of the way, and then Silver Blade Intrusion left over in Random Can does not match up against a reanimated Ikaria. So you're basically doing a back-to-back sequence where Random's best answer is a Stutter Step, and having 2 is just kind of rough.
So Random is going to hold on to the Valkyrie Enforcer in hand, likely trying to save it to silence whatever gets brought back with a Grasping at Shadows. Here we go. Grasping at Shadows for Portich. Bringing back Ikaria First Reaper, summon, kill an enemy unit, and it has Entombed. The enemy player discards each spell from their hand. So very potent card, especially against any kind of heavy control strategy. The Valkyrie Enforcer is going to knock it back down to earth.
So the ground's pretty solidly locked up at this point. And Portich is close to just being able to play another Ikaria out of hand. And the Silver Blade Intrusion, not very much protection here against what Portich is up to. So, game is slipping away from Random very quickly.
All right, Friends in sight. You get to draw a relic or a unit from the top 4 cards of your deck and discard the rest. It found Vara, so couple turns from now we're going to see some real fireworks if Random can't finish this off, and that second Ikaria getting played, Patrick, looks to be very difficult for Random right now.
Yeah, this is the problem. If you're not applying that much pressure, these sort of Reanimator decks can just, given enough time, start playing their stuff. And a lot of that stuff is going to be coming back a second or even third time. Like this play a lot from Portich. I think, that there can be an intuition there of like, oh yeah, I should definitely just use the Rat King on the Hojin. It's got 1 health and it's -1/-1. The ground is so completely locked up at this point from Portich's perspective that the only thing you really need to concern yourself with is a flying unit. You don't need to worry about anything on the ground, even if your Rat King can pick it off clean.
All right, can we get some help off the top? Kira. Okay. Kira can draw a card with that Silverblade Intrusion. And it's interesting now for Portich. Are they going to go after the Valkyrie Enforcer, or are they going to go after the Kira? They're going to go after the Kira, and it feels like you have to try to make something happen. So we're going to see Silverblade Intrusion give 2 of the units invulnerable to damage. Kira draws a card thanks to it. They also get to pick up a 3/3 Flying Revenge. Bubble Shield. That would have been nice if they had hit that 1 card earlier.
Yep. And now we're going to start seeing some really serious haymakers from Portich.
Yeah, even if they don't draw a power next turn. Katra the First Seal. Summon, play a power from your Void for each of your units. So that Hojin hasn't renowned yet, so if it gets blocked by the Ikaria, you could bubble shield it. But this is really more of a cheeky attack than something that's like really going to help them long term.
Right. I mean, with Portich at 13, they're already sort of priced into blocking, assuming that you have a trick, and then the trick isn't even very good here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Random is probably hoping they see a block from the big Ikaria, and then you at least have cleaned up the air for your 2 Valkyries. They didn't get that, and so now without a power, we're going to see the first Katra come down, and it's going to make some waves here for Portich. We'll see an attack first. That'll get through. And then Katra herself has Surge whenever you gain an influence. She gets +1/+1, and you gain 1 health. That's really going to push things farther away for Random. As now that Katra's a 9/7, and Portich is up to 17.
Yeah, it's shutting one of the theoretical doors that Random has, which is something happens to your 1 Ikaria, like a Magniventress. Now you have no flying protection, and maybe there's some way to cobble together enough pump effects or whatever. Now that Portich has a little bit of cushion of health from that Katra, it's hard to imagine what any sort of comeback sequence could really look like.
So for Portich, they get to enjoy the lovely task of looking at their void and figuring out, is this the right moment to drop Vara? They could potentially see if they could set up more to make it better. Wait for that Akari to get into the void, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to play this as Zindo revealed. It plays 2/1/1 deadly unblockable Halisi. They're going to finish off that Valkyrie Enforcer, and now a big attack is coming across. Whenever one of your units hits the enemy player while you have a Zindo revealed out, you get to steal the top card of their deck and reduce its cost by 2. This is so much for Random to come back against. And let's see what we get. Fearless Crescendo probably doesn't do as much for Portich, but you know what? Giving a unit flying is still nice.
Exactly, yeah. It's probably the worst thing that Portich could hit, and it's not even that bad. Surprise flying in the spot is, you know, it's a nice little cushion to have. Probably don't need it, but it is insurance.
So I guess it's possible if Random has like an equalize.
Pristine Light is the other card I was thinking about.
Yeah, I guess that would. Yeah, maybe.
It mops up a lot. The problem is Portich's leftovers are just so good.
Yeah, it feels like it needs to be equalized to have a chance, and we don't even know if Random has it. We'll see here in a moment. They're going to first chump attack this Valkyrie Denouncer into the Ikaria. They will bubble shield the Alessi. It's starting to look like we're trying to get our hand low here. Could be interesting. Now the Alessi's flying. It was just a Pristine Light, so this will do a lot, but it's not going to be enough because you don't want to see what happens when Avar plays in a Zindel out of the void. Yeah, we got a 7/7 flying Aegis. So, and then we could play another Katra too. Alright, so Vara, Fate Touched. When you play it, you get to play a shadow unit from your void, and when you play any other shadow units, like these rats, you get to play a shadow unit from your void. Ikaria. They both get to try to kill Alessi. They happen at the same time, so their Aegis is both blocked. And I mean, we also have a Rat King. So basically our whole void is coming back.
And Random has no cards in hand, so there's not even the hope of the second market doing something here.
Yeah. Yeah, that early Darkwater Vine holding off the Alessi for a turn in general was just kind of so big, and then the Rat King came down, and so that's one of the strengths about the Xenon deck compared to what we saw in the past from maybe the Feln Reanimator decks, where this Xenon deck is definitely a little more equipped on the ground to hold things off.
There was one cheat this entire game, one copy of Grasp. Everything else is played.
Yep, true. All right, so Portich takes down Random here and advances to our top 16. All right. Yeah, we'll see. Check out another match. Yeah, the Xenon decks still super strong. And once again, we went wire to wire with a match, Patrick. So we're going to get this next round turned around real fast so we can get some more action up for you. We'll be back with the top 16 soon.
So has it settled into you on top of everything else that you are, barring something very unforeseen, the last draft open champion that used a curated pack as part of the tournament?
No, I had not even considered that until you just mentioned that right now.
How much of your, playing in this tournament was knowing the weighting and knowing the exact distribution and knowing all the rares and legendaries in the curated pack, like that sort of granular information that I'm sure the average drafter is not looking at? Was that a big part of your preparation, or were you just sort of drafting a bunch and feeling out sort of what the format felt like?
Well, I was just loving the format in general, so that just made me want to keep playing it. And there's just things you pick up on if you do something long enough. Like, hey, you probably want to be playing a bunch of inscribed cards and 15 power in this format, you know. And I don't think that was, a particularly difficult one to pick up on, and I think most people found that. But like weighting wise, like, things like, Kaldarian Captain and Starkist Wings, like you get an impression for, the kinds of cards that are really good at common, because that's what you're going to be seeing the most of when you're drafting. So
Have you gotten an opportunity to check out the new draft format, or are you still sort of just holding pattern on some of the stuff after your win?
I have I went to bed at rank 1 last night, so I don't think I am anymore though. I believe I was passed while I was sleeping. So
So I'm sort of interested in going into your story a little bit more here, because most of the people that I've talked to who have won these opens, like they're kind of on, like in a physical sense, they're sort of on an island, and they have a team that's composed of like just people that they've met in chat rooms or they've worked well with or whatever the case may be. Your introduction to Eternal sounds a lot more person to person. You had people like in your presence who are encouraging you to play, and you've mentioned just sort of like doing these deep dives of draft and playing alongside other people who are sort of teaching you. Do you sort of feel like in a, I don't know what you want to call it, a community sense, a cultural sense, that you have like a different story than a lot of the top grinders? Or have you met other people who have more of a, I guess, a real life connection to the people and experiences they have playing the game?
well, I think like mostly for me, the community part is basically all through Twitch. So that's how I know most of the people. And like I talk with them inside the game and outside the game as well, but that's basically where most of my connection to the people involved with the game come from.
And are you sort of just like in the Twitch rooms, just sort of like just chatting or whatever, or is there sort of like a curated group of people who, you're bouncing ideas off of, or to the extent you're testing, trying to test with?
I don't really do much in the well, okay. So the testing I do is mostly for Gauntlet actually.
Oh,
Okay, so when I initially started playing, I think I played up until maybe Defiance or so, and I was just doing the normal experience of basically doing everything in the game, sealed, forged, draft a lot, playing constructed. There was a period where I was trying to finish top 10 in both constructed and draft for like 3 months in a row, and I kind of got burned out after that. at which point I actually started grinding Gauntlet so I could have more gold for draft. And I actually just like really started enjoying Gauntlet. So I basically played that by itself for the next 2.5 years. Um, so, and it was kind of funny because like as it was happening, like I've got all this gold and I'm like, if I ever see a draft format I really like, I'm ready to go. I can just play it as much as I want. And that hadn't really happened for a while. And then with the cold hunt, I got excited because of all the spoilers, and then there was also the rewards change, and that's really what got me to jump back in. And then I just had all these extra resources that I was able to play as much as I wanted to.
That's so cool. I gotta say, like, it does another thing that really heartens me about doing these interviews. It's like you're talking to these players who are like competitive. They're very good at the game. They're among the best, and you just assume that it's all the same story. Like, yeah, I just was like, I played a bunch of other games, and then I started grinding this one, and I was good at it. And I remember I did an interview with someone about 6 months ago where they were like, "Oh yeah, I started playing when the game came out on Switch." Because like I play a lot of games on Switch, and a few months later, I qualified for the first tournament. And it's like, oh, yeah, all this little stuff, like you're talking about with Gauntlet and Forge, a thing to do while maybe you're sort of in a holding pattern with the game more broadly, or the different platforms to go on. Like, if the people who are really, really good and in that sort of competitive archetype are taking advantage of that stuff, then it feels like there's got to be a ton of players for whom they have like a similar story of getting involved. So that's really cool. So you were just like banging Forge and Gauntlet like all day, or like a lot for a couple of years, and just like waiting to get ready for whatever the format was that drew you in.
Well, so I wasn't like really going in with that mindset, but it was just kind of something in the back of my mind where it's like, I guess it's nice if that ever happens. But it was kind of just like I enjoyed playing Gauntlet. I enjoyed tuning decks specifically for that because, it takes a different set of skills. And I actually had like a Discord group. You can call them Team Gauntlet if you would like. So I guess that's my team. Um, but like we just bounce ideas off of each other, and because you get to use cards in a different way than you would necessarily against people because of the AI play patterns. And the thing about Gauntlet and Forge is that there's no turn timer, so you can do it while you're just doing other things. So it it wasn't really just like me focusing on the game and just playing Gauntlet for hours on end. It was like me watching stuff when I had some free time, and also just playing games at the same time without really having to worry too much about paying attention to the other side of it.
right, welcome back to the Throne Open. Andrew Backstrom, Patrick Sullivan. We're down to 16 players, Patrick. Break it down. What have we seen so far today?
We've seen a variety of, I would say, Argenport or Argenport with a third faction, mid-range strategies of all sorts, be they Minotaurs, more controlling, just sort of some of the good stuff. A variety of time decks, mostly Zenin. Again, sort of hubbed around the classic good stuff in the archetype, the good interaction, the good units, and a little bit of the Nico auto tread combo. To the extent that we've seen it, it's been in very dedicated combo builds and not so much in the sort of incidentally in my Stone Scar deck sort of a way. But we have seen kind of all the hits, all the factions represented, and a lot of new cards from Unleashed.
Yeah. Something we haven't seen yet is a number of players have supplemented into their time decks Unexpected Arrival, and then they're using, which is 2 costs, give a unit +1/+1 and reduce its cost by 1, and you can also do that to a unit in your hand and in your market. Combine that with a Grumbo's Platoon or an Insect Swarm for really big things. But we'll see if maybe that'll come up in one of these games here. As we're looking at Doc 28, bottom of your screen on a Cambrai aggro build, using that stutter step as a nice little bit of protection, maybe get a unit through, up against Xenon at the top with Leppity. So a nice matchup here. The Xenon deck definitely goes bigger in terms of its threats. Twin Spiteling, Moonstone Vanguard. We even see a Tovan. So could be a tough one here for Doc 28. We'll see how they can do.
Yeah, on the draw, and I think Leppity's best card in this matchup has got to be Logistics Expert. It's not like these Cambrai decks or Cambrai with maybe a little bit of Primal are really good at interacting with early units, and to the extent that they can, it's a lot about size. So units that derive most of their value from their text box and not their stats that are cheap, really good against this deck, and Logistics Expert is probably the top of the list there.
Oh, it looks like with that Huru banner means we're looking at more of a TJP build from Doc 28, so can expect to see maybe Trials and Tribulations, Accelerated Evolution. Meanwhile, that Tokas, though, on the other side, going to be really, really frustrating for Doc 28. It means that they can't play spells on their own units. Now, if Doc 28 stutter steps out the Allhead, we're going to get to eat this this Tokas potentially. Does look like a curtain call. We'll stymie that, but that at least takes Leppity off of being able to play one of those heavy hitters in hand.
I mean, I think Doc 28 took their shot there. That's your one window to get out of Tokas.
Good point. Yeah, they'll be able to stun down the Allhead for a moment, attack with the Alessi for 3, but this is still a lot to overcome for Doc 28 right now. Send an agent, going to take out the Magniventress. Tokas is even going to twist. How many times? Twice? Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing. You know there's probably not much in the way of interaction for it, so you really could take advantage here and go pretty big with that Tokas. When it twists, it gets +1/-1, and it gets an additional +1 max power. Doc 28 whiffed on their Derek Cathane, so they know it's either power or units they're going up against. What they don't know is it's 2 really nice units.
And I think you would guess units based on the twisting the Tokas the last turn. Because if you were just really heavy on power, you probably want to just hang back in more of a defensive posture. So Doc aware that things are dire.
All right, a big moment here for Doc. They drew a Tradition Chant. They can decimate it, try. They're going to get to invoke Time Justice Primal. And we'll see if one of their 3 offerings is good enough to get them back in this, as they're going to be dealing with a Tovan ambushing down here in just a moment. Substitute. So a couple of ways to play this. You could wait and see what comes down, or you could just turn that Tokas into something that isn't providing a ton of max power. And they'll do that. So everything's attacking now, Patrick.
Yeah, and this is going to be swatted away pretty easily.
It does feel like Doc 28 has more of a chance than they had a moment ago. Ooh, curtain call. Forgot about that one. Coming back, 11-point lifesteal swing for Leppity now. Yeah. There's our boy Moonstone Vanguard. And that'll do it for game number 1 here. Leppity takes down Doc 28. I mean, this is it's kind of been a thing for a while now in Throne, is these TJP decks. They sometimes get a little greedy, I would say, in the amount of interaction that they have for a Tokas, and you see it in some games really punish them. Though this build, I will say, is much more, it looks to be more threat heavy, or maybe they just kind of drew that way, but we saw so many like 3-3s and 4-4s be drawn from Doc, and then once we get to the point of the game where Leppity's throwing down their 5-5s and 6-6s, that's tough.
Well, it's a tough juggling act for those decks, as you mentioned, because you do need a certain critical mass of threats, and you also need some level of interaction, because your hands that have only one or the other just don't work. Obviously, just a bunch of pump spells is not going to get you very far, and these units are just not going to be good enough on their own to be able to beat someone who's playing with just the good units in interaction. So the exact like balancing act there is really, really complicated.
So Doc 28 can't play a 1-drop, but they got a couple geared up for turn 2. Display of Law, by the way, that's Tokas is a very nice one that can kill for these Justice decks. All right, here we go. Doc 28 kicking things off with first a Derek Athene. That gets to look at Leppity's hand and increase the cost of a spell or sight by 1. They'll do it to that exploit. Now we'll see All Head Ascending. Tricky sequencing here for Doc 28. If they go Alessi plus a Twilight Hunt, they don't really have something they can put it on where the killer attack sort of works right away. Could just play out 2 more Alessis, but they're going to go for Twilight Hunt on an Alessi. Gets it up to a 3-3, and they're actually just happy with the trade here. I suppose fearing like Ascendant, like a Banish or something, disrupting it if they wait for 1 more spell.
Yeah, well, that's going to, because you had that out there of just accelerate evolution on the Alessi, attack in the air, and sort of set up shop for the Derek Athene down the road. So if you are willing to sort of spend 2 cards that way, it's got to be a function of just wanting to make sure you get the All Head off while the window was completely clear.
All right, so we're going to see an Accelerated Evolution get played on Alessi. It's going to make it a 5-5 flyer. And for Leppity, Sandstorm Titan or just maybe a Banish to get rid of this bad boy?
Banish. The likelihood that the Sandstorm Titan is just nowhere near good enough is really, really high. You want to take your windows to kill the units when the coast is absolutely clear, especially some of the bigger stuff, and then play the units once the game settles down a little bit.
So I think Doc 28 now has the power to make Derek Athene a 4-4, so they ultimated it. It can now drop Leppity down to 12. The nice thing here for Doc 28 is now Derek Athene plus a Twilight Hunt. That would kill the Sandstorm Titan. If you play like an Alessi as well, you're also starting to buff that one. So where does Doc 28 want to go? They're going to go for Valkyrie Enforcer on the Sandstorm Titan. A future Fearless Crescendo starts on, and the other Accelerated Evolution really going to unlock the skies now.
Well, what you would also really love to do here in Doc's spot is get to a 4th power, so you could go Twilight Hunt and Mirror Image that Derek Athene. So if it's close anyway, like the Valkyrie Enforcer is not bad this turn by any means. Giving yourself the opportunity to dream big if you draw a power and the coast is clear, I think tilts that play towards the side of just playing the Valkyrie Enforcer.
And this is a pretty phenomenal hand for Doc 28.
Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to punch up any sort of hole in this.
All right, so mirror image is going to get taken. At some point here, Leppity's going to need to start using curtain call to gain health. Maybe this turn will be a send an agent turn, though. Yeah. So now that the possibility of mirror imaging is gone, do we want to Twilight Hunt now?
I think so. I mean, there's not a whole lot for this hand to do anyway. And the coast is clear.
Yeah, they're really holding on to that one tight, I guess. Maybe, I mean, once a Tokos comes down, it's off the table.
Yeah.
They do know about, I think, one of the curtain calls from that earlier Derry Cathane, but not the second.
Correct.
All right, Leppity.
I guess between Accelerated Evolution and the Crescendo, you could really say, like, I don't need to kill the Sandstorm Titan, and the Twilight Hunt might be better sort of sitting back as either a thing to swap or a thing that sets up a kill if it actually does in that moment.
All right, here we go. So Curtain Call is going to make Sandstorm Titan attack for 7 lifesteal, and then with Nash coming next turn, that's going to be able to deal with the Derry Cathane. So Leppity's trying to keep themselves alive, start swinging the race. We're going in on Fearless Crescendo. Does that mean that we have a kill card in our market for this spot? Because if not, that Nash is going to destroy our board.
Well, it could just be Stand Together is the coverage.
But not, yeah, that works great too. So we're going to see Stand Together. That'll buff these up to, I believe, 12 damage total. Yep. Dropping Leppity down to 2. All right, Nash wasn't good enough. Do we have something better in the market, Leppity? I don't think so. Another Sandstorm Titan or a, I guess could help, but...
Hard to imagine what it could all be.
Yeah.
2 lethal flyers.
Nope. All right, so Stand Together gets the job done for Doc 28, stymieing that Nash Desert Prince, which would have blown up both the flyers. So an interesting game for Doc 28. They were on the play. I wouldn't say that they had an explosive opening, but they were able to sort of manage the maximum power on the other side of the table and sort of stop Sandstorm Titan from destroying their game plan with Valkyrie Enforcer.
Well, what you got to see there is sort of the power efficiency of some of their plays. There's a lot of windows where they were able to undo 4 or 5 power worth of plays for 1 or 2. That's really predicated on getting ahead early on in the game, being disruptive, knowing about their hand so you can play around everything. So the Derry Cathane there was really critical in sort of setting the table for you're a little disruptive. I have a lot of information about what's going on with your hand, and now I can play around things pretty easily with my much cheaper cards.
Yeah, a lot of the nice threats for Doc 28 are multi-faction, and that ends up becoming pretty big when you're trying to start a stack onto one unit, and, you know, Send to the Agent is the most commonly played interactive card on the other side.
Right.
All right, an interesting hand for Leppity. They're on the play. They've got a logistics expert. You called it out earlier as being their best card in the matchup, and it's going to be enough to get them to keep this hand. Meanwhile, Doc 28, they got 3 units that benefit spells and no spells.
Yeah, I think both players gave a long look at 6 cards on both of these hands, but ultimately decided to keep them.
Leppity got a little bit of help in a Twin Spitling, and there's been no help so far from Doc 28 as they play Derry Cathane into another Alessi. But, you know, one Accelerated Evolution really changes the complexion of this game very fast. So Twin Spitling plays a Timekeeper, another Derry Cathane. Keeps whiffing. I mean, is Leppity going to be able to refuse an exploit here?
I know. You got to imagine it's all dressed up, ready to go with any spell next turn, and there's just nothing.
Yep. Another Twin Spitling. Didn't play the Accelerated Evolution, and now in a Fearless Crescendo off the top of the deck. This is probably the best card that Doc 28 could have hoped to draw. The only question now is which card is going to get flying. It's going to be an Alessi. What's the 3-cost card going to be? Is Stand Together good enough here, Patrick?
Well, the second spell in the Void is really nice, too. Like, whatever you get has to be a spell. Because now you have 2 spells in the Void. Your Dairy Cathanes can be turned on in the following turns. I don't know if there's a spell better than Stand Together. Stand Together's okay here, but more it's just about you don't have a choice other than getting a spell.
Both the dairies are going to attack, and one will trade with the that 1/1 deadly. Another exploit for Leppity, not what they need. All right, a dinosaur nest now for Doc 28. So all the units can attack. Is Moonstone Vanguard going to block? When it does, they gain 5 health. So soaks up a lot of damage, but still a lot came through there. Leppity's down to 13 and without an answer in hand for this 5/5 flying Alessi with Aegis. And they've only got a few turns to figure it out.
Oh, wow.
Second accelerated evolution, I believe, will lock it up here for Doc 28. They're going to get to go flying on the Dairy Cathane. That gets us up to 6 damage, and then the second accelerated evolution gets us up to 7, along with the 7/7 Alessi. Finishes off Leppity. So a very impressive back-to-back set of wins there from Doc 28 after losing pretty hard to that Xenon deck in Game 1. And yeah, I mean, Exploit can't take the top card of the deck. It's just a fact.
Yeah, there's just not enough pressure there, and all the interaction was just units who were able to block. So once flying got involved in the mix, there wasn't just a lot of recourse there from the Xenon side.
Yep, and I think I don't think sometimes we see some killer, so maybe a Twilight Hunt on the market could have been a catch-up tool, but Accelerated Evolution is a really powerful one against these time decks that want to just sit back, because in that game it only made 1 threat flying, but imagine the Fearless Crescendo sort of hadn't happened or the game plays out differently. That would have unlocked 2 more flying threats potentially, and that would have been a lot for Leppity to deal with no matter what.
Yeah, especially once everything is sort of cleaned up with Aegis, then you have so much protection on all the sequences working.
All right, so we're going to find another match to jump into fast. For the first time, that wasn't in the last few rounds. That wasn't the last match of the round, so we'll be on the hunt for another one. But Doc 28 advancing to our top 8. Top 8's a great place to be. Why? That's where the cash prizes start in today's $5,000 cash prize pool. So congratulations to Doc 28 and a nice run from Leppity. Hopefully we'll see them at a future event or our last chance qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're going to check out gozuuu versus Deedub. And gozuu's on an archetype that was decently popular this weekend, but not one we've seen so far, which is this sort of Skycrag mid-range deck. Look at that, multiple copies of Display of Survival, a Helio the Skywinder. It looks like they're going to sit back on this this Display of Survival here for a moment, Patrick.
Certainly a good window there to just draw a bunch of cards, so trying to win some exchange in combat right now.
Yeah, I mean, look at this kind of telegraph play. We're attacking the Speed Grafter into a 2/3 here. And now there's a little bit of game of who was going to blink first here between these two players. Because if you stand together and then Display of Survival starts transforming things. Deal 5 damage to each unit played this turn. Wow. That's very nice. So that would hit the Alessi. So if maybe they'll pause for reflection, the Alessi back into hand.
Yeah, but all these exchanges with gozuuu at 22, it kind of doesn't matter from their perspective. It's going to be good no matter what.
And now we could see a second Display of Survival be played once again. It is going to deal 5 damage to each unit played this turn. It will kill the Alessi. A huge sort of win there, I would say, for gozuuu tactically, because if once the Speed Grafter goes down to the double block, that Helio is going to 3 cards and really could pull gozuuu ahead.
Yeah, at 18, you got a cushion here to finance that 4/4, and you know, Deedub draw step to draw step is playing a much weaker deck.
another Maveloft Huntress, and a Skycrag Silex. That's going to get us a treasure trove. So just a ton of value coming across now. Deedub is trying to win this game with tempo, but that's not going to work against how efficiently gozuuu has cleaned up this board.
It's not bad. As far as these things go.
Unstable form my Helio the Skywinder into Akaria the Liberator. The only downside of that, Patrick, you can't imbue a Akaria because it has endurance.
Yeah, but you know, you play through it.
All right, well, the Warcry 5 card didn't come off the top of the deck yet. For Deedub, this is just not feeling very fair anymore. Plunk got +5/+5. Okay. So Maveloft Huntress will take out the Sand Warrior. That represents the last of Deedub's threats. Treasure Trove now picks up a torch. This game is going to end in just another turn cycle here because we are now going to have 16. Oh, I guess actually maybe one more turn after that. Anyway, there's Genetrix. So it looks like Torch plus Maveloft Huntress will kill Genetrix. That ensures that Plunk is going to get through here. Didn't want to turn Akaria into an 8-drop. All right.
Doesn't really seem wise or necessary.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We've seen this story before from the these big primal decks, these big primal mid-range decks, and they look really smooth when they work because their cards really come online. I mean, you saw there at the end, Crafty Occultist summon, discard 2 cards to draw 2 cards. Hey, you don't got any cards to discard, you're still drawing 2. That's great. And Helio with unstable form. I mean, Akaria is a really good hit, but just about any 7-drop would have been very nice.
Yeah. The issue with the Skycrag deck, in my opinion, is there's just some gaps in terms of your cards lining up the right way early on. You know, you have Torch, maybe you're playing with Permafrost. There's a couple other Bullseye sort of stuff like that that don't always answer the thing that you're playing against. You can just sort of fall behind. When its reaction lines up the right way on the early turns, the amount of card advantage, the flexibility, their ability to just like keep converting resources, powerful things in the market. Deck's really, really strong if it can get out of the first 3 or 4 turns with its head above water.
Maveloft Huntress is a card that got nerfed and pulled to 3 cost. It used to be more prominent in more decks. This deck still just keeps it because that is one of its best routes to taking down a bigger unit with that killer plus imbue combo.
Right.
All right, so we found the Stone Scar decks, Patrick. They're locked up in a mirror here. Game number 3 between these players. Passionate Stonehammer coming down, facing off against the Jack. And we got still no regrets on both sides. So, yeah, this is some good Stone Scarring here. So, Torch will take out the Stonehammer, dropping Goaychang down to 6. Now, League Explorer, I think SaucyCooper has got enough to squeeze over the finish line here, Patrick. I see a depth charge already in play, and if we were to go League Explorer plus a Battlefront Dasher charging up itself, that looks very good to me.
No, we don't even. We don't even need the depth charge.
True.
If you just battle Dasher and dash itself, that's enough.
Well, looks like the long game was really going to favor Goaychang here. Still no regrets on that Champion of Chaos. Would have closed things out very fast, but for now, SaucyCooper is going to take this down. You know, sometimes you just got to get them down to 0 before they can get everything online. And you saw those treasure troves just in hand. Still no regrets is a fantastic card.
Yeah, and it's something that these very aggressive decks leverage a lot better than the sort of mid-range decks. You got more competition at 3. You aren't really piling on the damage. still alongside, the Battlefront Dasher League Explorer kind of skeleton, really, really strong there. And, normally in the mirror matches, you want like to be the slightly bigger, slightly more controller deck, but still throws a wrench into that sort of analysis.
Yeah, we have Stone Scar decks that range from playing a bunch of 1-drops to ones that are, like you mentioned, going a bit bigger. I think one of the big inflection cards is Exploit. We also see some people going up and playing with Tazboo or Inferno Phoenix. Are you dipping into 5-drops? And sort of, because, if you want to play a big game, if you want to try to kill all the units first and then close the door, hey, Jack, Sill Stronghold, Tazboo, those cards are all great for that kind of game plan. But if you also just want to beat down League Explorer, Battlefront Dasher, Stonebreaker, Darkblade Cutpurse, Stone Scar's got a lot of great units for that game too.
Yeah, you can definitely sort of toggle however you want to, but you do have to kind of pick a direction. I think the mixing and matching is where you get in trouble. But the mid-range builds have a lot of good removal to choose from, really good mid-range threats, and the beatdown strategies. There's just a critical mass of 1s and 2s and ways to sort of finish out the game from there.
All right, so it looks like Stone Scar beat down, took down maybe a slightly bigger version there we saw with Jack and the like. So SaucyCooper will be advancing to our top 8. That is the last match of this round. We will be back with top 8 action. Just a few rounds left to go here at the Open. Stay tuned. Just a few to go.
So I kind of want to pivot over towards the tournament itself. Going in, like obviously you had drafted a ton. Did you have a sense of like, I know I've done my work. I know I've drafted this. There's probably not that many people who drafted more than me. I feel really confident about being able to make it to Sunday and maybe making a run? Or was it just more like a thing to do? You had the goals, you had the time.
It was very much a thing to do. I was on 3 hours of sleep that night, and I woke up and I was tired. And the previous draft open that had happened, I believe there might have been another one for the Cold Hunt format previously.
Yeah.
I missed that one because I basically slept through it. So I was like, man, I don't feel like I can use that excuse twice. So I'm just gonna hop in there and see how it goes.
How tight was your Friday and Saturday run?
So my day one run, it was an interesting deck because it was just solidly 3 colors, like completely evenly divided. My card pool was pretty hot, like the quality was good. I had double Delif, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but it's still a pretty powerful card, and double Foraging Trito. So I probably did some losing to Unseen Commandos, or not Unseen Commando, Unseen Marksman. But I felt like it was like I had some inscribes, so my power wasn't like absolutely terrible. It wasn't like a particularly exciting run to like qualification, because it was just like win a few games, lose a game, win a few games, lose a game, win a few games. That's it.
How was the quality of competition versus like a random, just any random middle of the week draft?
Uh, I feel like it was kind of similar, honestly. Like you see some big name players and you see some people that you've never seen before. So it wasn't like too bad. I think I ended up going 11-3.
Did you have a buy on the opening round, or were you playing in?
I did have a buy from, like I hadn't actually hit Masters that month, but I think I'd actually finished rank 1 the month before that. So I had my my medallion from that.
So how are you feeling on Sunday? Like obviously at this point it's going to be tougher competition, and there's like an opportunity to qualify for Worlds, and it's interesting because it doesn't sound like, obviously you had a lot of experience and sort of preparation coming in, but it doesn't really sound like you're putting a ton of pressure on yourself.
Absolutely none.
So is there a point? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
So I had gotten 3 hours of sleep on like the night before day 1. And I was like, okay, I'm really tired. I'll be able to go to bed at a great time tonight, and I'll be able to wake up, all rested and refreshed. I'll make some coffee, get some food. And I ended up only being able to sleep another 3 hours the night before day two. So, and the thing about sleep deprivation is sometimes it affects your math. So when I read that the tournament was at 11 a.m. on your time, I'm an hour ahead of you, but in my brain, I messed that up. So I thought I needed to be ready at 10 a.m. my time instead of noon. So I ended up getting up a few hours before the actual tournament that I needed to. But at that point, it was kind of too late for me to actually get more sleep. So
I'm taking it that you, maybe if one were to ask you in that moment, you maybe did not have the highest expectations for yourself coming into Sunday.
I did not. No, I was like, yeah, it's kind of funny because like it's not like I really needed to win any packs or anything. So in a sense, it was kind of like, yeah, I guess this would be great if I could win some money. But if not, if I lose early, at least I can go take a nap or something instead.
So how much you recall about sort of like the drafts you did on Sunday or key moments, or is it all kind of a blur at this point?
I feel like I probably still retain quite a bit of that. So the draft on Sunday, I opened my curated pack and I'm just like looking at it and I'm like so ready for this event. And my pack is not good. And so at this point it's kind of damage control mode. And I'm like, what card here is the one that I am most likely to play just in my final deck? And I ended up settling on a Xenon banner just because none of the other cards were really doing it for me.
Me and you
I can tell you have something to say here.
Same sheet of music. I love that pick. I mean, I don't know what else is in the pack, but I mean, it's like if it's a coin flip whether or not you're going to play any of these cards. Like it's probably one of the best cards in your deck if your deck is bad, and it's probably one of the best cards in your deck if your deck is good.
Yeah, well, so it was the kind of thing where I look at it that way. Like if you don't know what you're doing, like fixing is usually a safe way to go, especially in a format where you could conceivably be playing more than 3 colors. And actually at the end of the draft, I ended up with 3 shadow duels that I didn't play because I never saw any shadow cards that I even wanted to splash, but I gave myself that option.
Yeah, me and you just singing off the same sheet of music with this. This is so by number of first pick banners, I'm going to guess is near the top or perhaps at the top of the community at large.
I mean, I would have been happy taking, something more impactful potentially than a banner, but it wasn't there, and you got to work with what you see.
Right. I don't mind a torch first either, you know what I mean? But I also don't mind a banner first. A lot of people mind a first pick banner. I am not one of those people.
All right, Patrick, welcome back. We got top 8 time, aka the quarterfinals of this Throne Open. A lot of talented players in our top 8. We wanted to check out that Stone Scar beatdown deck that SaucyCooper had for us last round, so that's where we're going to be starting this round. I think the aggro decks, it's not the easiest time for them right now, just because when you got cards like Furious Magnaventress, some of these time stoppers, it can be pretty hard to get going against them. I think in particular, Valkyrie Enforcer is always a card that I've always been pleasantly surprised by its effectiveness against aggro, and that card's been in full force today.
Yeah, I think if you're interested in playing Stone Scar, the reason to me is Champion of Chaos. It's a deck that even if people are playing with dedicated spot removal, often it doesn't line up the right way. There's a lot of sort of the marquee removal that doesn't touch it. It's extremely fast, combos very powerfully with Syl, and it is a blind spot in a lot of these mid-range decks' ability to interact. Also pretty good against Magnaventress in a lot of spots too, because it's not like Magnaventress can block very effectively against it, and then once the armor is knocked off, it's a much more modest card to be dealing with.
Yeah, managing the removal on Stone Scar has always been a challenge because there's kind of couple different ways to go. You can go cheap and deal with the small things efficiently, more expensive but not as fast, or you could just be like, I'm not really going to play much removal. I have a market. Hopefully I don't need more than one.
Right.
All right, so SaucyCooper getting things kicked off for us at the top of your screen here after NotoriousGHP plays a crest. And looking like Battlefront Dasher, just a nice little hit for 3. Or is this a no contract game, Patrick?
Well, yeah, interesting decision already for SaucyCooper. You can play this, not do anything. You can say go on turn 1. You can play your Dasher in the contract, or you could try to save. The argument for saving the Dasher is that Dasher plus Nico is very, very powerful, because sometimes Nico is just a little too slow on the recursion, and once you give it charge, it's an entirely different animal. But SaucyCooper just decided to go with, just play my my Drifter on turn 1, see where it goes.
All right, open contract hits the League Explorer, and now a second open contract hits Battlefront Dasher. The units on the top of SaucyCooper's deck are now very cheap. Every unit in their deck has been reduced in cost by 2. Turn 3 for SaucyCooper. Get down to Nico? Sure. Now Furious Magnaventress for NotoriousGHP. I'll lock that one up for a second. And for SaucyCooper, going to get a little harder, though. All right, we can make some things happen now with a 1-cost Jack. Why not?
Yeah, there's some, Torch and Jack if you want to get rid of Magnaventress.
Oh, I do.
Oh, I do.
So Torch the Magnaventress, and then Jack doesn't have a sigil to discard, so it's just going to be 2 points with Jack. Oh, look at that. Look at that little synergy.
Yeah.
Granite Waystone, make the Granite, and then are we going to discard the Granite? No, discard the Painting. Does that mean that 1/1's got a spot in on the team?
Well, we've come this far.
All right. For now, for NotoriousGHP, it's going to be the Pit Boss. Black Book will discard the Treasure Trove. And for SaucyCooper, even Syl giving something double damage here won't allow it to push through this Black Book.
Yeah, I mean, you can still up the Nico, and then it puts NotoriousGHP in a spot where they have to choose between either taking a bunch of damage or giving you a Treasure Trove. But you're right, there's no way to actually organically get anything up to be large enough to just attack through Black Book this turn.
Yeah, I mean, and if you block the Black Book onto the Nico, you get to draw a card from Black Book. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, but we're already priced into that reality because of the Granite from last turn. So you've already made your deal with the devil there. There's no way to avoid a card coming off here from the Black Book.
Well, the Jack will be able to block, maybe. Sit.
Oh, well, yeah, this is sort of presupposing that you can't really sit, but I guess all of SaucyCooper's attacks are so bad that you just have to sit for at least one turn.
Right. All right, so NotoriousGHP Gonna open contract the Sill. And now Black Book is gonna bump into the Jack. Warcry 2 there. A 0-cost Nico. Okay.
Not great.
Right, and now NotoriousGHP could potentially Display of Ambition. I think, is it just a Magniventurous in their Void right now? It is. The big thing about that is if they lock down the Jack, it means the Grenadin has to block. We get to draw a card there. That Vine Grafter is a 4/4 regen. Ooh, a 3/9 Black Book.
Yep. Now we're
Ooh, kidoki.
now the hard lock is in place.
There's another Sill. Do we have regrets? I got a few. I mean, this is... It was a good enough bluff to get the
Right,
regen
yeah.
shield off, but that doesn't really help us. Decro the Conqueror, more Black Book. There are a lot of good things happening right now for NotoriousGHP and very few for SaucyCooper. Sill gets to hold off the Black Book. Dealing a point. Torch is the pickup for SaucyCooper, but that is pretty much going to be it here in game number 1 of this quarterfinal. NotoriousGHP is going to be up a game in a moment.
Open contracts were just too efficient, too sick.
Yeah, I mean, we got back a couple of Nikos here. Doing it the traditional way.
Just being out the trash can on our way out.
And the depth charge goes off. Decro Conqueror going to have what is known in the business as a field day with those units.
Yes. Yep. Open contract, keeping the head above water early on in the game, and then the cards are too strong, particularly against 1 health units, which SaucyCooper's got in spades.
Yeah, it's been a funny card over the years. Open contract. For a while, it made a pretty big impact against even-handed decks. I'm sure you felt that one a bunch.
Yeah, it's come up. I've had it come up. Yeah, for sure.
It's also nice that it makes all your units cheaper. But yeah, very efficient removal spell. At a certain point, it's almost like, they played, 3 open contracts that game? It's like, does the third one even matter?
No, yeah. I mean, when they're playing more of the mid-range builds with stuff like Inferno Face, you can really feel it sometimes. But if they're all on that cheap stuff, open contract is like among the strongest cards in the format against them.
Yeah. All right, NotoriousGHP versus SaucyCooper. SaucyCooper got a fine-looking opener, Patrick. Couple of units into a Sill Stronghold. NotoriousGHP got an Annihilate, got an Exploit, and they're hoping to figure out the rest in a few turns. An Inua's Fury, wow. Not an everyday card. Sundays. No plunder here from the Passionate Stonehammer. So for NotoriousGHP, we're going to exploit. We are taking out that Sight, Sill Stronghold. Oh, it's back.
Instantly off the top.
Now, if you're SaucyCooper and you want to really push some damage, let's go. Inua's Fury on the Passionate Stonehammer, and then you Berserk attack that one.
Yeah, and I really like this play, especially having drawn another Stronghold, because if NotoriousGHP has an answer for one of your units, now you get to really take advantage of the plus attack there from the Stronghold.
Makes sense. And we did not Berserk attack, by the way. So NotoriousGHP is at 19. They're going to get to use Winchest Cargo here on a Fire Sigil. They'll just play out a Painting, though, because now they can bullseye the Stonehammer and start to clean up this board.
Yeah, this is tough, though, because you get to threaten this turn, And NotoriousGHP's hand is not great against victimless crime face up. So the site's going to be some trouble right now.
Yeah, this is from Sill's Ambition chapter. That was last month's chapter. And this site, when you attack with a unit alone, gets +2 strength and overwhelm this turn. Pretty nice. In addition to a pretty great agenda. So key decision here for SaucyCooper. If they use victimless crime, that's great. Now they won't have it for that Magnaventress, but they didn't know that that card's in hand on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, you can guess it's got to be something good because, you know, playing a Vine Grafter directly into a victimless crime without even using the ultimate ability, pretty unlikely unless you're really trying to free up that victimless crime for something else.
All right, so we'll see guns blazing from the site, and this is a critical swing in the game right now as we're going to play Oni Ronin, and if SaucyCooper wants to, they can maybe chump block the Magnaventress to get to the Sill No Regrets at the end of that site's agenda. Does NotoriousGHP have something they can get in the market to unlock this attack, though? Looks like no. They're going to first just torch here. Or, sorry, take the torch with the exploit. And so they're going to let the chump block happen with the Oni Ronin, which I like doing.
Yeah.
Upgrade your Oni Ronin into a Sill No Regrets, and now a Makar Stranger off the top. We're going to see a contract here from Sill.
Well, it's either contract or, you know, do something with your merchant.
All right, so Ixen Merchant going into the market. Do we have like a Combust or a spell that can kill this Magnaventress?
Open contract is a possibility too.
True. Can't get an Edict of Makar if that's there. But it seems like this deck is built to be more fire than shadow, so I wouldn't be surprised if all the holdings.
Yeah.
Caleb's Persuader. That is really nice with double damage. You gotta admit. Black Book Pit Boss, really good against attachments in the enemy player's hand.
Yes. Yeah.
That really hurts. SaucyCooper. You are going to feel that one in the morning. Magnaventress still going after the site because it still has that potent +2 strength passive ability.
Still is not a shabby draw here.
No. So we have a 5/3 quick draw double damage unit. And overwhelm. That's going to take out the Pit Boss. So Makar Stranger. Going to hit a Stone Scar Painting. And does one of these Sills chump here?
I think so, because the second one doesn't really do a whole lot that the first one isn't doing. I guess it makes playing certain spells even more prohibitive, but still seems like on the balance. You want to keep that site around. It's worth more damage, at least the following turn, than the Sill is.
So is Battlefront Dasher going to buff up Sill? Battlefront Dasher is, so now Sill is 4/4 double damage quick draw. Get chumped by old Corendon Merchant. But Makar Stranger, when it attacks, gets to kill a non-stranger. And that is going to really...
Oh, no.
Plus for Brooke. Oh no, I was right, Patrick. For Brooke kills Sill. Makar Stranger will take out Ixen Merchant. At this point, maybe we don't go after the site.
I still would.
If there's Inferno Phoenix, I guess
guess
you're still power away for SaucyCooper. So that's the good news there. A free roll attack by the Battlefront Dasher, since Makar Stranger would kill it anyway. NotoriousGHP's got no time for this, and they have moved on to our top 4. So congrats to NotoriousGHP, FJS. Very smooth build this weekend by these players. Not messing around, not playing like too many merchants or smugglers, trying to make sure they got lots of removal, and then once they get to that 4-5 cost part of the range, phenomenal. And we saw Black Book hitting that Caleb's Persuader. Whew.
Yeah, no, you know, A lot of power came into play undepleted, a lot of cheap interaction there. And that's a matchup where, you're going second, you got a bunch of 4s and 5s in your deck against probably the fastest deck that's remaining in the tournament. And able to keep their head above water in spite of some of the power coming into play depleted, needing to play cargo to sort of hit those drops. Really put a premium on having a good distribution of power, having the pips unlocked, and playing everything undepleted as much as possible, being able to keep their head above water out of those first 3 or 4 turns and then just start dropping the haymakers.
All right. So we're going to be checking out darkrevenger and gozuuu here now. So darkrevenger on Xenon. gozuuu, we saw them earlier. They got a Skycrag mid-range build for us today. Looks like darkrevenger is going to be on Xenon Reanimator. We see Last Chance, and Sporefolk plays one way.
Right.
Check for gozuuu, gets to clean up a little bit here. Gonna kill the dirty rat rather than going after the face. I wonder why gozuuu wanted that. Gozuu's a very talented player. I'm sure they had a good reason. Maybe there's like Katra on the other side.
Yeah, some Sake. Yeah, I mean, Katra would justify it, sure.
Is it time for darkrevenger to Last Chance? No, they're gonna send an agent for now. Alright, so another Jack Mercenary Hunter here, going to discard a Bullseye, kill Sporefolk, deal 2 to the face, draw a Treasure Trove. There's Big Vara. You power away from that one.
And gozuuu sitting back with a Dazzle up there, so coverage against any sort of big spell.
Can't hit spells with this that costs 1 or less, though, and so Last Chance is going to play. Tazboo's going to come down and try to bridge the gap, though. If gozuuu wants Dazzle, could just stun this, though that feels a little risky against a Grasping at Shadows deck. Looks like maybe a killer play from gozuuu.
Yep, it's not pretty, but there is no way to manage the Tazboo without allowing an extra card to come in. So it goes.
All right, so darkrevenger's got the 8 power necessary to get Vara down. Will they have the time? Jack gets in 2 more attacks plus a torch. Looks on the surface like the answer is yes, but they're going to get to draw some cards here. Look at all those treasure troves. Dural Ascending. Not going to give darkrevenger much time.
Yeah, that's a big draw right there. Taking a turn out of the game, taking Vara off the table.
Yep, so gozuuu gets that one down. Dural Ascending was up at its 8 Primal Influence mode. When you play a spell, you get to deal damage equal to its cost to the enemy player.
Lethal.
Yeah.
It's lethal.
My favorite interaction with that one that I've gotten to do recently is with the new island. You play Channel the Tempest off island, and even though you're only playing it for like maybe 4 or 5 power, it's still a 9-cost spell.
Game's bugged. Yeah. Powerful interaction.
So we saw those new display of survivals there for gozuuu. That's the new primal display. Quick rundown on what that one does. First mode is you can transform an enemy unit or relic on the enemy player into a 1/4 dinosaur, aka a Scaly Gron. Or you can deal 5 damage to each unit played this turn, or gain an Aegis and draw a card.
Yes.
So nice against all manner of units, protects you against invasive spells. And if your opponent has a busted turn where they play a bunch of things, maybe from their void, maybe you get to clean up a bunch of it with Display of Survival. So.
And if you can't clean them all up, at least one of them becomes a Scaly Gron. You always have that in the back pocket.
Yeah. All right, so for darkrevenger, they're going to be on the play this game, and they have a fear to do some discarding from the top of their deck. This looks like a really nice draw. A turn 1 Darkwater Vines into a turn 2 Sporefolk just dumps an enormous amount of cards into the void. The only question then is, can they get up enough power where they could do things like shadow etchings and get that grasping at shadows.
Yeah, the big question here is just, is Dark Revenger going to be able to profitably use these last chances? The hand has a lot. It's all dressed up right now. It has nowhere to go, and if Dark Revenger can actually convert these last chances into something useful, probably via dumping everything into their void, as you mentioned, looking pretty good.
So the attack that Dark Revenger took here is they want to, looks like, be able to play both the Vines and the Spore Folk in the same turn. Now drawing a second Vines, it's a little awkward. But so be it. So the first 5, they had a Rat King and a Huntmaster Vikram. Now Darkwater Vines goes off. It's hitting Tazbu. It hit another Vikram. It hit a Smuggler, which is key. Getting that Emandoon Smuggler back could be the route to get it grasping at shadows. So for gozuuu here, Plunk is really well held off by that 2-1 regen Darkwater Vines. And they're going to go for a Crafty Occultist. Discard 2, draw 2. If you discard a unit and a spell, you get a 1-1 granted in the end. The Cultist gets flying. So a little annoying for Dark Revenger here not to hit power number 4. They don't want to be held up, especially considering the longer it takes, the more likely it is gozuuu gets just like kind of play a game where they're passing with Dazzle up.
Right. Yeah, it gets really rough once gozuu's able just to leave up 2 and is able to attack profitably. That's sort of the crisis point for Dark Revenger, and we might already be reaching it.
Yeah, if Dark Revenger, it looks like they're going to go for the Emandoon Smuggler. Yeah, gozuuu picks up a Dazzle now, so Crafty Occultist gets the chip in the air. Both of these players really considering their options right now.
Yeah, I mean, for gozuuu, there's basically the question of, do you have the breathing space? Well, let's assume that there's a smuggler coming here. Do you have the breathing space to play one more occultist right now to have a second flying unit before you pivot into Dazzle and try to tempo you out mode? Or is what Dark Revenger is doing right now threatening enough that you need to leave up those cards currently?
Yeah, that seems to be the big question for gozuuu here. Passing with display up also allows you to maybe get an Aegis, protect from discard spell that could try to take your Dazzle. So we're going to see Unstable Form and Draw go away. And yeah, now with 2 3/3 flyers, this is just 4 more turns of hitting, which sounds like a lot, but considering how much work Dark Revenger has to do right now, that is not a lot of time.
Yeah, and a Jack on top of the deck too, which is just perfect here in terms of now you have 5 power. You can play Jack and Dazzle. That's a really good spot, especially when you're already hitting here.
Darkwater Vines into Spore Folk. What is Dark Revenger hoping this will do for them? Well, for starters, it's going to dump 5 cards thanks to the Spore Folk, and then another Darkwater Vines. One thing it gets to do, Patrick, it knocks the top of the deck off, so that Jack goes away. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Darkwater Vines discards from the bottom of each player's deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, mandrakes are weird like that. They dig into the roots, as it were. All right, so Primal Etchings now for gozuuu is going to hit Royal Decree, and that is going to be a really tough play for Dark Revenger to come back against, because now they still don't have power number 5, and maybe the Emandoon Smuggler is going to go away. That's even assuming gozuu's even worried about that line.
Right, yeah. Yeah. Smuggler, if there's anything good to go get, and Vikram probably if there's not. So we'll find out in a minute.
Right, like if you just, yeah, okay. So they do hit the Smuggler. Last chance. That doesn't seem like it does much. You're kind of thinking 3 turns into the future, assuming you think Vikram's a reasonable play at some point.
Right. Can't imagine another copy of Last Chance being the thing here.
I guess maybe a line is that you just think like there's a couple of Vikrams in the void, so if you just play Vikram every turn for the rest of the game on a crafty occultist, do you think gozuuu can hang with that? So Last Chance is being played right now. So it got back the Ebon Dude Smuggler that was in the void. So that's the line, but is that going to work out for darkrevenger? If all they're doing is getting a grasping at shadows, we know it won't.
Right. That's not good enough here.
All right, so back on gozuuu here. They're going to see a draw, which is very close to being online. And gozuuu is very close to closing this out because they're down to 10. That Jek in hand, Jaral potentially applying damage in the next turn cycle.
And all of this happening with Dazzle still up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what darkrevenger has in their void if they go for this grasping line. It is possible that gozuuu could let the grasping at shadows go. With the sequence of cards they have right now, they might come to the conclusion they can just win the game.
Right.
But you got to be very confident before you let that happen, as dazzling a grasping at shadows is a fantastic play. Yeah, we're going to see Huntmaster Vikram here.
Yeah, that doesn't even get you really that far as the display is a clean answer.
Yeah. And yeah, that's pretty much going to be it for darkrevenger here. They're going to get to fire off another attack. But gozuuu with Jack, with that sigil in hand, with the crafty occultists, that's going to be 10 points. All right, so we have now NotoriousGHP and gozuuu both in our top 4, 2 very accomplished players. So looking forward to seeing what they can do in our top 4. That was the last match of our top 4. We'll be back with the second to last round in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
So when you got to the end of your draft, you said, you had some shadow sigils, but nothing really ever materialized there. How were you feeling about the draft after you were done with your first one?
Okay, so actually, I timed myself. The draft portion itself took me 6 minutes, and then building my deck took me 8. So I still had roughly 45 minutes left before the round was supposed to start. I built the deck, and it was a Praxis deck splashing some powerful green cards. And at that point, I was like, well, I've got 45 minutes to just think about my decisions for the time being. And I ended up actually building my deck a little differently than I think I necessarily would if I was just playing on ladder. One of the reasons was because of the open pools. I actually had a Find the Moment and a Daring Maneuver in my pool that I'd picked that I wasn't really keen to play. The Find the Moment more so because it was a splash, and I just kind of Daring Maneuver as a card. But having these extra 2 tricks in your pool that your opponent doesn't know if you're actually putting in your deck, combined with my other tricks, I think it made my deck a lot scarier to engage in combat with. And I think that actually did end up paying me dividends over the
Did
course of
you
the.
did you get an opportunity to watch the coverage of your event?
I saw some of it, yes.
Okay, so I'm glad you mentioned this too, because I was like, oh, open deck lists are obviously that's an entirely different animal. How does that affect your valuations and whatever? And another card that, this is just me, I'm gonna be on my soapbox a minute here of just one is not a card that I'm super keen on to begin with, but two, in open deck list world is just like so much worse was Vermin's Feast. And watching our players like take it really highly and then like clutch it instead of inscribing it, and then it never really materializing was very interesting to me. And it's good to see, or cool to hear you call out sort of like, oh well, what do I do with these tricks? Maybe they're not, splashing find the moment's not ideal, and daring maneuvers is a little mopey, but do they have a different value in the sort of setup where they actually get to see my cool?
Well, the having that information was also especially beneficial to me, possibly more so than some of the other competitors, because at this point I was quite tired and I didn't really have the mental bandwidth to evaluate like all the pauses that could possibly exist, within the format. So knowing that it could only be like a few cards from my opponent's, the information that was sent to me ahead of time, like, and only having to play around those. Like, I remember against the collector, like, one cost pause is like, oh, that's an indifference. And it was like, yep, kind of got to play around that for the rest of the game.
Well, that's what really the thing that struck me the most about watching you play. I mean, there's always going to be plays where there's, it's a judgment call, there's room for disagreement, whatever. But you were like playing around everything perfectly. Like that was the one thing that really jumped out at me, of just one being able to extract, like you said, from people's like response windows and stuff like that. But just in general, like all right, well, it's A, B, or C. What's the best way to play around everything here? I think of all the players that I watched, that you did the best job of just sort of executing on that. And it's really cool to hear you talk about like your level of experience and then all these open deck lists. And then if you asked me after the event, where did your edge materialize? It was like just playing around everything better than everyone else from what I saw. Were you feeling like, in spite of your sleep deprivation, that you were just kind of, at least you could pull something out from your experience there and having the deck lists?
Well, in some regards, I actually feel like it was somewhat beneficial to me too, because I just didn't really have the energy to be nervous about it. Like, and I didn't really go in thinking like, yeah, this is my time to shine. I'm going to Worlds today, baby. Like, I didn't go in with that kind of mindset. So it was like, if I win, that's great. But like, if I lose, like I was okay with that too. So I didn't really feel like I was so personally invested in what was happening that I was like worrying about it. And I think that maybe nerves got to some of my opponents, because of the 7 matches I played that day, like I was able to see things afterwards and I was like, I should have lost 4 of those.
Yeah.
Because a lot of
Yeah.
my, like, I think all but 1 or 2 of my matches ended up going to 3 games.
Was there a point, you're spinning this yarn about sleep deprivation and just trying to get through the thing and low expectations? Was there a point like at like top 8, top 4 finals, like whatever the case may be, where you were like, oh, okay, like this is like within striking distance, like I could actually do this whole thing?
It was probably around top 16 or so. Um, like I felt pretty good after my first round. That was one I probably should have lost, but it was able to clutch it very narrowly. And, I kind of just kept winning after that. And a lot of the games are still pretty close. Like, I liked the way my deck was, but I didn't think it was like particularly dominant by any means.
Mhm.
It certainly had the ability to punish people that, had power issues. And I ended up playing 16 power in my deck because I didn't have a lot of inscribe. And that was one of the decisions that I ended up making like 30 minutes after I'd initially built my deck, just after ruminating on it for a while. I had an Illuminator that was double time, and I didn't really have a lot of like spell support for it. And I didn't really think I would be casting it on turn 3 super reliably. And in the end, I ended up playing 16 power. And I feel like that actually helped me quite a bit in the end. Because it was, I believe it was, I swapped that out for another power of my splash. And my splash was really powerful.
I mean, most of the a lot of the matches I lost were just someone not being able to play their stuff. No,
Yeah,
sorry,
I
not
heard that
just
was
being
kind
able
of
to
a
play their
recurring
stuff.
theme on the coverage.
So there was a lot of matches that were they can't play their stuff, and then there was another tranche of matches that was this person's not in the zip code of being able to play their stuff. Even if they drew the right power for the next 2 turns, they can't play their stuff. Saw a lot of it.
Yeah. Well, so Invoke, I'm not a huge fan of the mechanic, but in a general sense, Invoke does make it less painful in a format to have to go to 6. But I still hate going to 6. So I feel like that's something that you're kind of forced to do a lot more often with those 4-color and 5-color decks. Oh, I think we have a cat approaching.
Ooh, hello. Do you mind? Do you mind if I ask your cat's name?
This is Lux. He is
Lux.
quite old.
Hello. Hey, bud. Oh, you can't hear me. You got a headset in. I just love the impromptu cameos from small children and pets and roommates during these things. You know.
Well, I was told that I shouldn't attempt to discourage it because apparently
No,
this is, what people live for. So
the cat cameo is like that's a 10% bump at least on the views, like in my experience. So yeah, I would sign up for more Lux cameos, and I'm sure our viewers would as well. So, how are you feeling about the World Championships? From the perspective of sort of testing and preparing the rest of the year of organized play, like, are you going to be going full bore, or do you sort of feel like, well, the sort of like casual and somewhat detached approach was effective for me here, and maybe just try to run that back?
well, I definitely anticipate that I will put in more effort than I had initially done. I feel like, there's probably a decent amount of, EV on that time being spent at this point, but that's still ways off in the future, and there's going to be another set before then, and I haven't played constructed against humans in like 3 years at this point. So and I mean, one of the formats will be expedition, and obviously the draft format's going to change quite a bit by then with the new set. So I feel like I'm going to have to learn a format that doesn't currently exist, so I'll probably worry about that when it does.
Cool.
All right, welcome back to the Throne Open. We are down to the semifinals here. All of these players have picked up one of the 2 now top 4 finishes they'll need to make it to the World Championships this year, but they can lock it up immediately if they can win their next 2 matches. At the top of the bracket, we have gozuuu and NotoriousGHP. That's the match we're going to start on. Keep things moving this weekend. We are going to be running our semifinals concurrently. At the bottom of the bracket, we have Collector versus Tom. Who's the other player? If you could remind me. Portich, right? And so we saw those players earlier. We've got an Argent Port Decklist for Collector, and Portich is on Xenon Reanimator. And then at the top of the bracket, we have gozuuu, who's on Kroge, and NotoriousGHP on FJS. So a couple different decks going on this weekend for folks in our top 4. We'll see who can come out on top. What are you looking for to start in this matchup between the sort of Kroge deck versus FJS, Patrick?
Well, if the sort of kind of fidgety tools that we saw to great effect against the Reanimator deck, get a little bit ahead, and then hold up Dazzle and some interaction. If that's going to be sufficient against a deck like the Justice Primal Shadow decks or Fire decks rather, that are just playing with like more normal cards, they're not trying to assemble A plus B together. It's a lot more of things that are just sort of work on their own. And the Skycrag deck looks really powerful picking off Reanimator because that's a deck that's all about getting A plus B together. But are those tools going to be effective the same way here?
Yeah, I like the Skycrag deck ability to draw cards. I would say one of the weaknesses it has is it's going to have a difficult time with Black Book, and managing that card is going to be key to victory here because, Display of Survival can transform it, but then you're still maybe getting hit with a spell lost in hand, so maybe you go for that Aegis mode. So a lot to consider here. NotoriousGHP getting their power fixed early on here with Winchest Cargo, and gozuu's got a plunk. If NotoriousGHP wants to take it out, that's Stonebreaker Bow right there, ready to go. Not going to contract, doesn't want to be down a power going into next turn where they could play Magniventress. I like that play by GHP.
Yeah, no, the extra damage there is not really worth any sort of disruption of your draw or how you're sequencing things here.
All right, so for GHP, looking at Furious Magniventress, Krendan Merchant also threatens to trade with the plunk. The only issue there, of course, is get easily torched. Whereas look at this Magniventress. How's gozuuu going to get past this body?
Not with the cards in their hand. So we're just gonna have to take it. We're just gonna have to take a draw step.
Good old honest Patrick. Yep. So for gozuuu, they've got a crafty occultist, and if they're worried about the Magniventress coming back on the attack, this play of Torch plus attack makes sense here. Certainly putting them down some cards. Now crafty occultist is going to ditch those two Dazzles. See if we can find some better holdings. Skycrag Insignia plus Torch. Now NotoriousGHP really working it. Going into the market. Found themselves a Makar Stranger. But a nice pickup there in that crafty occultist.
Great draw here. I mean, you need to start chaining together some of these draw twos and have enough resources to kind of keep playing here. Not easy to do, but occultist into Jack plus another card is pretty great.
Sure is. So if we see a Makar Stranger, that'll draw the top card of gozuu's deck. I'm going to start off with an open contract, though. All right, there we go. Makar Stranger. Oh, you love the sequencing there because now if they hit a unit off the top, hey, only costs one. The Withdrawal Ascending is just a really terrible unit in an FJS deck, I got to be honest.
But still, you like the sequence.
Oh, I love it. All right, Skycrag Silex continues the sort of the good runs off the top of the deck for gozuuu. Yeah, I mean, that Withdrawal Ascending, if they could have drawn it for gozuuu, would have been very nice. As it stands, they'll ditch the Treasure Trove, kill both units here. Open up for an attack for 3. All right, so Krendan Merchant likely disposing of this Withdrawal Ascending here.
I don't know if that's true. Might be more useful than the Bullseye. 1/3 can block the Jack.
Yeah, you were right. 1/3 has been deemed good. And now it's a 2/4 deadly.
Yeah, good luck.
Dominating board presence. Oh. Well, gozuuu managed to kind of hang on. They had a couple of good top decks, but if NotoriousGHP can't come up with an exploit, I got a feeling I know where gozuu's going, and it is into the market, and we're getting to Helio. Oh, they held off for a turn, Patrick. Wonder why. What you up to this weekend, gozuuu? Maybe they wanted to do it in one turn.
Right. Yeah. Just to fade the exploit off the top.
Now they've got a Kenna. Kenna's pretty good. It's nothing really great to kill her. After you've hit the enemy player 5 times with units when you have Kenna out, you get to draw a spell from your void.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a good thing to start working towards. But up against that black book, I would be concerned about how long I take before I get to the Helio.
Yeah, I kind of like just put enough stuff down this turn where black book cannot safely attack. And then whatever is the best thing in your market to go get for this turn or next, go get that.
Yeah, good point. All right, so it wasn't no Helio just yet. They're going to rely on Garden of Omens to clean up the Black Book Pit Boss. So NotoriousGHP will get to play a Sigil from their deck, and in future turns, we'll see what that Garden of Omens can do. That 2/4 deadly, though. You're going to have to work hard to block that thing down, Patrick.
Yeah, you know, it's you can put everything in the front and play on, or you can let your garden go, I guess, but these units aren't worth very much there, so I like the effort to try to keep something on for at least for one more turn.
Sure. Now resurface. They get to move a spell of their choice to the top of their deck. Wow. So Verbrugge, if it wasn't for that Dazzle, NotoriousGHP could really struggle to take down the site. But, yeah, so Dazzle's just going to go off there. It was just a Primal Etchings. That makes sense. That's how we get to our Helio. That's why we didn't want to just trade with the Krendan Merchant. So now here's Helio. Draw a card for each of your 2 Primal Influence. So that means we get to draw 4 cards. Yeah, I like this. So now Helio chumps, so this means we are going to get to Tamaris, the Geomancer. Your spells cost 1 less while you have Tamaris. A 4/4 Flying Overwhelm. Stands at the ready.
And NotoriousGHP's play from last turn pretty strongly suggests another group, as you know, it would sort of suggest that we don't really care that much about the aftermath of the site.
So now that Kenna from earlier comes back out of the market. It picks off the first Verbrugge. Treasure Trove. Pick up an unstable form. So Verbrugge will take care of Kenna. Makes sense, as that ultimate's pretty threatening, and I guess you can kind of assume the spell's costing 1 less, maybe something that NotoriousGHP can manage right now.
Yeah. Unlikely to amount to very much different than whatever gozuuu can do with their resources currently.
We've consistently seen NotoriousGHP be very hesitant to throw down their last 2 cards in hand. It seems like they want to be ready to go into the market if they can.
Yeah, there's just not, you know, they have more than enough power to work with here. None of these cards are particularly strong at playing any sort of catch-up, and so, you know, when you're falling behind like this, the most likely way to catch back up just involves marketing for your best stuff. So once they leave enough resources back where any merchant just unlocks all of that.
So the Maveloft Huntress will trade away with that 1/2 Toxic Wisp to let Plunk get through. Another Bullseye is picked up. Kenna is going to kill another Verbrugge here, and this looks like a little bit too much for NotoriousGHP to clean up here.
Well, let's find out.
What's inside the contraband? It's a fire card, a justice card, and a shadow card. Which one can you get, Notorious'GHP? The longer it takes for them to get, and
Valkyrie Warp. That's exciting. What does that mean? All right,
it's just a 3/2 relic weapon. You just gotta let it go. Well, all right. So if you attack here, you get to kill the site, you get to shrink the Tamaris, you could kill it or Plunk or Genev Merchant with the Relic weapon. But bullseye.
Yep. Got it covered.
Is NotoriousGHP going to concede, or are we going to get to see some of the stable forms get played? They're going to concede. Gozuu's up a game here. Sky Craig mid.
Yeah, it's a deck where you really have to keep kind of applying the pressure because its ability to sort of chain together. You saw like the crafty occultists and the silexes and swapping out in the market and various plundering effects. Like it can kind of get in the spot where it draws a bunch of cards that draw 2 cards that can keep that sort of going. And it has enough powerful stuff in the deck too where, you know, if they get enough breathing space to just like play their stuff, to be swapping out of the market, you can get buried even if you happen to get ahead early on in the game. So very important to just kind of keep attacking, keeping the pressure on there, and not giving them those windows to just start chaining together those draw 2s and draw 3s.
Yeah. All right. So here we are in game number 2 here. Gozuuu will be on the draw. NotoriousGHP. I feel like this is the kind of hand that they want in the matchup. I think having the cheap removal is less at a premium considering Plunk is Aegis and Dural takes a while to get online.
Yeah, you just want like the meaty stuff. Cards that are worth multiple cards, cards that are hard to kill. The early removal just doesn't line up the right way. Game's not typically going to be determined on that kind of timeline. So just individually strong stuff is what the matchup is about here.
All right, so GHP facing off against a Dural Ascending. First question of the game, what's it going to be? Open contract or merchant? It's going to be a merchant. 2/2 deadly. And a question we've seen come up for these FGS decks so far has been, do you go for Sill's Stronghold in the market or Regent's Tomb? And NotoriousGHP's old school, Regent's Tomb.
Yeah. A lot of ways to get extra removal. Getting a Sabotage on top of a site that has a ton of inevitability, I think that's part of it too. If Regent's Tomb fires off, that's a lot stronger, I think, in context for this deck than a Sill Stronghold going off.
Crafty Occultist going to throw away Primal Symbol and a Primal Sigil. So no bonuses there on that Crafty Occultist. Magnaventress gets to lock something up, and could have been a Verbrugge, interestingly, taking out the Crafty Occultist, but maybe trying to save that one for a potential Kenna.
Yeah, the Occultist on, like, just in play for its stats is just not super important, super scary.
All right, so Dural's hit its first level of ascendancy. When it attacks, draw the top card of your deck. If it's not a spell, discard it. All right, there's Jack. Gonna hit the Krenin Merchant and hit the face. Pick up a treasure trove. All right, so we're going to see Lingering Influence, Swear Vengeance, or Sabotage. It's going to be Sabotage, which will hit the Display of Survival.
Yeah, no real way here for NotoriousGHP to effectively play 2 cards in one turn this turn. So just going for the highest impact thing, which is get the Sabotage out of the way now, maybe see a little bit what's going on, sort of force Gozuuu maybe into attack they don't want to make. It wasn't like that. That Roland's Tomb was particularly impressive, but I really don't think there was a different line to take on that turn.
So, Maveloft Huntress plus the Crafty Occultist takes out the Magnaventress. Dural gets to attack. Will not get to keep that Crafty Occultist due to it not being a spell. Jack doesn't get a treasure trove either, but the Regent's Tomb is now off the table, and with 4 units for gozuuu, things are looking very nice. What can NotoriousGHP do to start catching up in this game?
It's really tough. I mean, you gotta turn off the faucet of extra cards. It's gotta start there. But the problem is it's really hard to do all of it because it's coming from a bunch of different places.
Right. So that'll hit the Crafty Occultist. It shrinks the Maveloft Huntress down. And if GHP plays out the Argenport Tomb, they can annihilate something. Problem is, you cannot annihilate a Kenna Uncontained if that's where gozuuu wants to go next. Sure is. So annihilating the Jack stops one of the sort of the card draw plays, but now we've unlocked Dural's second ability. It's now getting +2/+2 in Berserk. It's going to attack twice this turn. First thing on top wasn't a spell. Second one wasn't either. So far we're 0 for 3 on Jack. It's definitely opening things up for NotoriousGHP to come back.
Even sandbagging the treasure trove there because gozuuu is about to go up to 8 primal influence the next turn. You can start popping off a little bit.
Sure. So Display of Ambition, not going to kill Kenna. It's going to draw 2 here. For Baruch and Furious Magniventress. For Renin Merchant, I'll ditch one of them away. I believe there's a copy of Nothing Remains in the market. Putting a lot of pressure on that card to clean up next turn. And I think Kenna's going to get to draw a spell here, so it's going to get even harder.
Yeah. Again, it's the advantages that gozuuu is getting are coming from too many different sources right now.
All right, so gozuuu didn't play the primal symbol. They played the primal sigil. Does gozuuu have a negate effect? They have a royal decree.
Get close enough.
It really is. And finally gozuuu hits with Dural's Ending. It hits Dazzle. So you could just pass and try to sort of bait this all out. I guess if they were to draw like an exploit, that could be a risky play.
Yeah, I mean, you can also be pretty confident about what NotoriousGHP got at this point, too, so.
So Magniventress is the play here, so yeah, this works for NotoriousGHP in terms of keeping them alive. Another Maveloft Huntress, I guess, sort of clears the way. On the other Maveloft Huntress, attack for 5.
Now you can Royal Decree and hold up Dazzle.
Yeah, this is a very good spot. So yeah, NotoriousGHP is going to make the only play they can. Nothing Remains. Dazzle from gozuuu negates that spell. And with Kenna Uncontained coming off of the stun here, we are going to see an attack for lethal from gozuuu as they move one step closer to the World Championships. They are now in the finals. And Portich won on the other side, so we're going to be checking out gozuuu versus Portich in our finals here at the Throne Open. And Collector, continuing their amazing multi-year run now, is also qualified for Worlds as they made it to 2 top 4s. So congratulations to all of these players. They're showing their worth. They're showing why we see their names so frequently on these Sunday broadcasts. And for Portich and gozuuu, one more of them is going to lock up their seat in the World Championships. That match is on the way in just a few minutes. Stay tuned and find out who will be advancing and will be your Shavka Reborn Throne Open champion.
So something that I like to do when I am doing these interviews is open up the floor for any questions that you may have. You know, people don't get a whole lot of one-on-one time with one of the designers, and obviously I have right of refusal to reject or dishonestly edit any question and answer in the post. That's where my power comes in. But you know, if you've got any questions that you have for me or for us, I'm all ears.
Well, I mean, honestly, yeah, you might want to exercise that right of refusal here.
Okay.
Just throwing that out there. I just don't really get Unleash and Taunt as mechanics because I feel like they lead to more non-games or games where players kind of play for a while and then one person has an Unleash card and it feels like a lot of what you did leading up to that didn't really matter. Games aren't necessarily a zero-sum fun kind of thing. And I think losing to that is frustrating in a way that probably sticks with players longer. I'm kind of curious, like, I'd like to hear more about your thoughts on these mechanics.
So what I thought was going to be interesting about Unleash, and I do believe it's like from the view stance that I'm describing it from, it is kind of successful or pretty successful, is coming off of Cold Hunt where you have Inscribe and Contract. Those are two mechanics that sort of allow you to have more power and allow you to space off the ways that you pay costs. In terms of just like the baseline, like, do these mechanics interact in ways that are satisfying and interesting and give people like a lot of options for how they use their power and how they want to time things? I think they do a really, like, from that lens, Unleash alongside the Cold Hunt stuff is really successful. I would say it's not even just Unleash, it's sort of all the stuff of you have all these options. You're really protected from the downside risk of your card not working the right way. There is a risk of, well, all the cards my opponents are playing against me are really, really strong because they have a bunch of options and they get to select the option that's the most powerful. There is something to that experience for sure. And I think that's what you're speaking to me is a lot more about that than necessarily like, is Unleash itself the specifically like arduous or violating mechanic through that lens. And then with Taunt, which you also mentioned, that's obviously something that we have to be really careful with because
Yes.
the downside risk of the play pattern is my unit died and the next unit in my hand also will just die. We were pretty judicious, at least we tried to be, about Taunt being a lot more, here's a one-shot spell that gives it, or a summon effect, the unit has it for a turn where you can gift it over for a turn, and pretty sparing on the, here's a 4/4 with Taunt. Like, we just don't
that
have
would
that.
not have been good.
Right, we just don't have a whole lot of that going on. Like, we have the Dragonet rare, we have the uncommon Rakano unit that's like not even particularly good at draft in my mind. And I do think that what I've liked about Taunt playing with it myself is, one, there is a the spots where it is you're sort of getting locked out. Typically the game is over pretty quickly when that spot materializes. The tactical stuff is actually pretty rewarding and stimulating. There's also this interesting flow to it, which is there are two really good ways of playing around Taunt. One is hold everything back, and the other is attack with everything. And those two paths play around Taunt in different ways. So yeah, again, I guess with both of those mechanics, I would say they're not without some downside risk. Like, you know,
In that scenario
Sorry, go
that
ahead.
you were describing, the problem that I find is that, yes, you can attack with all of your units, but if you want to play another unit and keep developing, like, that then exposes that one unit that you have. And so in that sense, I think it more heavily favors you leaving everything behind, which, I don't know, play pattern wise, I don't feel like players necessarily enjoy just like walling up and leaving their stuff behind when it could potentially, you know, have an otherwise meaningful attack.
Well, and I mean, what you're describing too is like a risk with Unleash too, like a bunch of 1/2. If you make a bunch of 1/2 flying units or 1/1 flying units, that in some ways can facilitate attacking, but in some ways can facilitate blocking. And you know, we wanted to be really mindful of the game not feeling like it bogged down a ton for the reasons that you're saying. Like holding back with everything is a way to play around taunt. Playing a bunch of Unleash units is powerful for blocking abstractly. Like there's certain designs
Yes.
are going to pivot one way or the other, but like at a baseline, yeah, it's better for the blocking player. And so there was a burden on us to just get in the weeds and make sure that those play patterns weren't materializing very often, or at least if they were, it felt like the player made a decision to go down that road and not like there was only one path for them to engage with. Certainly some of the games do go the way that you're describing. But as long as it's not deterministically that way, if the format feels materially different from other formats, if we print a new set and all these cards have a different context, that to me is sort of the test of time, and not like if you ask me just as a designer, which mechanic is safe, which set of mechanics is safer? Inscribe and contract or unleash and taunt? It'd be like, obviously, I know which one is safer. I know which one is like way less downside risk. But I do think that over time, there's a lot of value to things feeling different, and you can only make the thing feel different if it's actually different.
That is fair.
That isn't licensed to just do whatever and just say, oh, it's different this time. Like, obviously not. But I am willing to absorb some downside risk on some of the play patterns or some of the experiences if it's like from set to set, you're like, oh, it feels really different. When we were reprint a card in this set versus that set, the context really matters. When we look at our numbers, like our players play this game for years and years and years. Like once someone's in the door, they're in the door. And to me, the biggest thing to fight off is boredom. It's not necessarily the are all these mechanics optimized through the lens of like safety, you know?
That's fair. I'm not like coming here with the intent of like raging at you. I'm like genuinely interested in like understanding what you are thinking about these things.
You know, I've been doing this work for a really long time. The most like, what are the mistakes that I like regret the most, or what are the things I could walk back? It almost directly correlates with like certainty. Like when I was sure this was going to go a certain way. And so I try to have, especially with a game like Eternal, where we have live balance as an approach, I put a big value on let's experiment, let's not be too sure, let's like leverage the knobs that we have if we make a mistake or we decide we want something to be a little bit more this way or that way, and just like learn over time. We've got this vast sandbox that we can play with. And again, it's not licensed to do whatever. Like I don't want things to be destabilized for the sake of it, but like let's actually feel what this stuff actually is like when we put it out in the real world. And if it goes the wrong way, we have knobs. And if it goes the right way, wow, am I glad we experimented. We really learned something from that.
Oh, that makes sense.
So last little bit of business. Team Gauntlet, Twitch, anything you want to shout out, any place where people can find you, now's a good time to boost yourself a little bit.
Yeah, Team Gauntlet, great. Love the people there. Not a lot of them, but you know, Orlin and Aitor Nordos, they're two of my friends from there, and they're probably a significant reason that I still enjoy like coming up with things like to do in the game, because otherwise I'd maybe just kind of be in a vacuum. I mean, there'd still be the Twitch side, but you know, coming up with cool decks that do cool things, and some of them are not even necessarily things that I particularly enjoy doing, but I know that other people will think are cool and enjoy. Like it kind of like gives me an additional reason to continue playing. So I appreciate them.
Very cool. Well, again, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on your qualification for the World Championships. It was great talking to you. I'm glad that there's a fellow traveler when it comes to this draft format, because I feel like I was kind of I was starting to question myself a little bit watching some of these tournaments, and excited to get an opportunity to cover you later this year at the World Championships.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Finals time here at the Throne Open. Andrew Baxter and Patrick Sullivan. We got one more match for you folks today. We're going to be checking out gozuuu and their big Sky Craig deck up against Portich. And Portich, we got them on Xenon Reanimator. Is that right?
Yep.
And so, for gozuuu, seems like they're pretty well set up for that with Dazzle ready to go. And then they have Royal Decree in the market that they can get. Though oftentimes the way these Xenon Reanimator decks go is they like to wait to the last moment. They're pretty savvy about it, and they use like Crack the Earth and Ebon Dune Smuggler to go and get that Grasping at Shadows. Now, still, if you get your Ebon Dune Smuggler Royal Decreed the turn you were ready to go get it, that's still going to be a pretty big setback.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, we saw the Skycry deck look really effective against a Reanimator deck, I believe, in the top 8 of this tournament. The combination of pressure, powerful stuff to go get in the market, and Dazzle to keep off some of the high leverage cards there was a very difficult combination for Zen to overcome.
All right, so for these players, they are playing for $1,500 to first place, as well as the title of Throne Champion and a slot in the upcoming World Championships. And it sounds like gozuuu actually, we're always checking this stuff looking back, and it sounds like gozuu's actually qualified already by making multiple top 4s this year. So for them, this is going to be a cash adventure, and we'll be seeing if they can run up the money on in this match, as well as stop Portich. You always got to be looking out for who might be competing against you in the World Championships, and I'm sure that they want to send a message to anyone else who might be coming at them right now.
Why not win? I mean, you've come this far. It's cash on the line. In theory, someone else who's made the finals is also very good. Maybe you want to ding them up a little bit. So we're going to play it out. Just always play it out.
All right. So what that means, though, is that Portich will be earning a seat to the World Championships due to this slot passing down to the next runner-up. So for these players, this is just going to be a match for the money and title of Throne Open Champion. So as soon as they're ready to go, we'll be heading down to the match. Xenon Reanimator versus Sky Craig midrange. Certainly decks that we've seen in the past pop up. Certainly Helio, Dural Ascending, Jack, obviously great cards. And then this Xenon Reanimator deck is not something that was really on most players' radar going into this event. Like, for instance, last week, Katra the First Seal was only played in like less than 1% of top Throne decks. But it has certainly impressed this weekend when we've seen it. Outside of the one time that we saw it up against gozuuu, where he really thrashed it.
Right, and Katra really just bridges the gap in a number of different ways. You have a lot of your cheap units are very good at kind of filling up your void, but they don't do very much on their own. And so, but there's also really no reason to kill them from the other side typically, because they're just sitting around not doing anything. So Katra is this way of converting all of those Vine Grafters and Sporefolk into a lot more resources, a lot more health. And then you get into a spot where you can actually start hard casting some of the reanimation targets in your hand, to say nothing about going to the market for Grasping at Shadows.
Yeah. The regen units look like they did a very nice job at stopping Plunk. It'll be nice if we see those again for Portich. And then Crafty Occultist, really impressed. Being able to get a flying unit seemed like it made a huge difference before for gozuuu, and so they'll be trying to repeat that recipe as a way to just manage both the spell half of the Reanimator deck, but also ensure they're applying some pressure.
Yeah, the Reanimator deck is pretty good at mucking up the ground. But when it comes to flying units, the deck kind of, by definition, can't play a lot of removal because you need most of your deck to be engine and stuff to get back. And so you're really leaning on, again, those regen units, the Spore Folks, to sort of buy you some time before you can do whatever it is that you're doing. So flying units are definitely at a premium in this kind of matchup. Plunk, not the threat that you want. Crafty Occultist is a star here.
All right. So waiting on these players to join up, and we'll be heading down, like I said, when they're ready to go. For Portich, they are playing with a lot of very nice top-end cards. We'll have to see when we get into the games exactly what their list of Xenon Reanimator looks like. Some players went pretty slim this weekend and were playing with just Fear and Varus at the top end and really trying to play more of a fair game. But then you saw other lists like we saw earlier. We saw Akaria First Reaper. When that card got into the mix against the Combray deck, that was really locking things down. And whether or not there's Icarias in Portich's deck will be a big difference, because going into the air with Kennas, Crafty Occultist, Helios is oftentimes how the Skycrag deck likes to close things out.
Yeah, and a 5/5 flyer just has the right stats to line up against all that stuff, on top of, you know, being able to kill their best unit in a matchup where they have a lot of stuff going on, but usually there's one threat that's really applying the pressure because you're so good at, again, at locking up the ground.
One new card that's popped up in some of the Xenon Reanimator decks, Bren's Insight. They don't it's a 2-cost spell, can draw a unit or relic from the top 4 cards of your deck, and you discard the rest. These decks aren't playing with any relics. They're just really into the fact that the remainder of those cards go to the void. Funny thing is that if you only hit, like, say, just a Vara in your top 4 cards with Bren's Insight, you will be forced to take that Vara, but otherwise it's a pretty nice way to go and find your smugglers and find maybe your Katras, and then continually be dumping into your void things like Varas, Fears, the Rat Kings, Huntmaster Vikrams.
Right. It is kind of a tricky card for the deck because you really only have so much breathing space for something that costs 2 power that doesn't give you a thing to reanimate necessarily, nor does it impact the board. The deck is willing to play cards like the Grafter and the Sporefolk, even though they don't come with selection. They're not necessarily the most reliable things, because just getting some stuff onto the table is really valuable. A 2-cost card that is just putting some stuff in your hand, maybe some stuff in your void, a much dodgier proposition, even though the cards do seem similar on the surface.
All right, here we are in the finals of the Throne Open, and we have got Portich up against gozuuu here. Who's going to be on the play? Looks like Portich this game, and they've got a pretty solid opening here, Patrick, with both Darkwater Vine, Sporefolk, Fear, the Rat King, and a Crack the Earth to tie things all together and get that Grasping of Shadows.
Yeah, and to what we were talking about before we went on, really, really strong at locking up the ground here. Right now, Portich is gozuuu rather, looking at a plunk. Optimistic to think that one's going to be able to connect.
Yeah, regen is a hard one for Plunk to get through. All right, so going to be depleted power on turn number 2 in the form of Fear. So that knocks the top 2 cards of the deck off for both players, and then Darkwater Vines will go off. Fear did hit a Plunk for gozuuu, and when the enemy player discards your Plunk, you can take 2 death to draw cards. So we'll see if gozuuu takes advantage of that option here. And they looks like they declined on that one. So wanting to make sure that they could play that crest this turn and then have potentially undepleted power on turn number 3 for one of these 3 drops.
Right. I thought there was a chance there that gozuuu was going to left it on top with the intent of expecting a discard and then paying the contract for Plunk. So a little surprised to see gozuuu leave on top of that, then decline there down the road.
So Portich is doing a nice job of acting like a Xenon beatdown deck right now with this Darkwater Vines and these Rats and their King. Genev Merchant for gozuuu. What are we looking at here?
It's tough because if you want to get something that handles what's happening right now, that sort of comes at the cost of handling whatever the combo is down the line. It's sort of an awkward squeeze here of, you are taking some beatdowns. You do kind of need to manage what's going on right now, but the primary game plan for Portich's side is still eventually to reanimate something. And so you are putting a premium on Royal Decree, even though it's a little dissonant with how the board looks right now, makes sense to me.
All right, so the Rat King's going to attack, and gozuuu once they can trade with their Genev Merchant. They're going to hold off, though. Looks like they might be trying to get the Onslaught for Royal Decree, and when you onslaught a Royal Decree, not only do you hit the card in their hand, you hit all the cards in their deck with the same name.
Well, furthermore, you know, the Genève Merchant is also just so good at blocking everything else that it's probably a more cushion for gozuuu to take 3 from the Rat King, sort of for as long as that needs to go on, and block everything else, rather than trade off and then have an avalanche of 1/1s and 2/1s coming the following turn.
True. All right, so Xenon Silex and pass for Portich here. I think gozuuu is probably feeling pretty confident with Jack and these other holdings that they can clean up this board. Is if they can stop the big combo turn, that is really what their goal is. As we see, they're even going to go on the offense here with an attack from the Genève Merchant. A very savvy double block here from Portich. Could get broken up by a bullseye. How much you value that?
Well, I don't know if there's a... I guess the bullseye can just take care of the Rat King instead of trying to, like, you know, you bullseye the Spore Folk and bounce off. I guess it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Yeah, I think I like this. You get to knock off the regen, and now you still have a 2/3 Aegis. That's a pretty good body, especially if we need to start getting into more serious blocking in the next few turns. For gozuuu, only question here is that if it's going to be a Royal Decree or a 3-drop, and yeah, they're going to play around and crack the earth into a Grasping at Shadows, and they are going to Royal Decree right now. So for Portich, they could play the crack the earth to just get another 1/1 out first, but they're not. They'll let it get taken by the Royal Decree. They'll get a Seek Power, and keep in mind that fear could become really big in a few turns. Right now, they're going to be on power number 5 in a moment. And once that thing comes out, it is a 7/7 deadly unblockable.
Yeah, and it's a nice, like, you know, potential way of following up to all these early beatdowns that don't really seem like they amount to much, but now gozuuu has dropped down to 11, and there's a chance here that Fear could actually kind of steal this one if Porch is able to play it.
All right, so there's our friend Darkwater Vines number 2 for gozuuu. They picked up a Primal Etchings. They had, I think, like Garden of Omens, Helio. We saw them get Royal Decree earlier. So gozuu's concern right now is that Portich top decked an Abaddon Smuggler, and then they might be on the verge of Grasping at Shadows once again. The only question is there something they can do about that line, as it's obviously quite challenging for them to stop, and they can't with their current hand. They got Lightning Storm. Wow.
Pretty nice here.
Sure is. Kills everything and gets the Darkwater Vines regen off. Portich is now a few power away from playing the Vara Fate Touch from their hand. So I guess if you're Portich, you have to start considering, do you want to inscribe this fear to try to get to 8 power for that?
Well, I don't know if the Vara here is necessarily better than the Fear is either. I mean, you get this hidden down. I guess the difference between 11 and 10 is not really anything here. I don't know. I kind of... Well, I could see just saying inscribe.
It just doesn't take that much. If a Dazzle stopping 2 turns of attacks, a Maveloft Huntress could potentially take it down in a few turns, and a Display of Survival would be the worst case scenario, right?
Yeah. Well, I do like inscribing the Fear here because it kind of cuts both ways. You can top deck a Fear next turn and be able to play it, and it also potentially sets you up for Vara in a turn or 2 turns rather.
Yeah, pumped up the Darkwater Vines up to a 2/1. Now with Unstable Form, is it time to get the Crafty Occultist rolling? We're going to see a Jack to start. Well, treasure troves are flowing for gozuuu. They're going to get 1 off the Jack, 1 off the Skycrack Silex. Look at gozuuu just bluffing. All right. I mean, that Void has to be just completely loaded right now.
Yes.
Display of Survival. feels like that should be able to do something for us, but
Sorry.
might not. All right, there's Akaria, the first Reaper, but with that Zen and Silex, Portich is going to get to play Vara Fate Touched here in a moment. And how ridiculous is it going to be? Because Portich has discarded a ton of cards in their deck this game.
Yeah, most of the token stuff, you know, you can handle that with the display, but anything bigger than that is not going to be touched here. And I mean, this is going to be just an overwhelming amount of damage next turn.
So Vara played the Rat King. The Rat King brought 2 rats. One of the rats brought Vara back. The other rat brought back Severin. And now Katra's going to go off. And Katra's going to play a bunch of power from the Void, which is going to just go, is going to completely fill up their board thanks to Severin. Top of the deck is a Zindel, sure, why not? I mean, they're getting to scout because they probably just played like 3 Crested Mysteries. Now they play a bunch of Piercing Griefs, which all brings the Vara back, or all going to proc Vara.
It's a nice looking turn.
Yeah. And those Piercing Griefs, they'll revenge back into the deck, so don't worry, they'll be back.
Yeah. Katra's
Meanwhile, Portich put themselves back up to 26.
Katra's in 1816. Just don't time out your turn. Just make sure the greaves are hidden here.
Yeah, Portich could. Yeah, they brought back another Rat King, it looks like. They also sacked the Akaria to their board size, which means its Entomb is going to fire off, which means you're going to see at some point here gozuuu be asked to discard all the cards in their hand. Or not all the cards, all the spells in their hand. They'll be able to use a Display of Survival to give themselves Aegis here. But all of the health gain from the Katra, combined with these Piercing Griefs attacking, is going to be a huge issue here for gozuuu because
this is just lethal, right?
if they had any, yeah, I mean it's probably, yeah, it's gonna definitely be lethal. Oh well, they had to. Okay, gozuuu killed everything that got played this turn. Well, everything it could, I should say. So we did get back to gozuu's turn, and they've got Jaral ascending up, and now they get to craft the Occultist. But there's another Akaria in hand. I think there's also an Azindel on top of the deck.
I think that might have gotten discarded, but I
yeah. No, you are right.
I wouldn't worry.
So there's Akaria.
I just wouldn't worry that much about it.
Vara is a really, really messed up card in these decks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta have something to go get. You know?
With Grasping at Shadows?
Yeah. I mean, we gotta give you something to work with.
Yeah.
Vara is not bad, you know?
It's weird because the text of Grasping at Shadows is play a unit from your void, but then what ends up happening in these decks is it's play like 10 units from your void.
Mm-hmm.
So
the beatdowns there really added up. You know, it's
For the
easy.
Zenith deck?
No, I'm serious. It's easy to get kind of caught up in that flourish of the what does the last turn look like? But, you know, we had some holding back there. We had, like, some amount of removal had to be used, like a bullseye blew up a double block. Like, there are all these things that are going on along the way that really prevents the Skycry deck from just, like, waiting for the final moment. Or do you have enough time to just get the game over with before the Vara start getting hardcast? Again, no real reanimation involved in that game. That was just Vara on turn 8. And that early stuff going on means it's harder to get the game over with before cards like Vara just start getting played.
true. All right, so big win there for Portich. They were able to just kind of keep themselves in the game, and they were getting some beatdowns in. You know, pressure is always a good way to set up a combo deck because if your opponent is feeling like they have to react to what you're doing, I mean, we saw at one point there, Gozu went and got a Lightning Storm before anything had been reanimated, and then that allowed them the time to where they were just able to naturally just play Vara for 8 power. And there was no Katra that game to set it up. It was just literally 8 turns of I hit my power drop, and then I'm going to really bust you open. All right, so Portich is now 1 game away from becoming the Throne Open champion. Gozu will be on the play. No regen units in the opening hand. That's what Plunk likes to see. For Gozu's sake. They'll see a display of survival on top of the deck. One goes to the bottom.
Quite the draw there. This hand had a lot riding on Plunk, and that's going to be a lot harder now.
Sure will be. All right. Yeah, there goes Sporefolk powering up the Darkwater Vines. Yeah, Darkwater Vines is a great card. No doubt about it. Works really nicely in the Ultimates deck, too. And we'll see Primal Symbol and just a pass from Gozu.
You're right. This hand was looking really, really nice for Gozu here, but that Vine's off the top, and it just unlocks all the banners, and now there's just an avalanche of stuff happening. Katra will up the next turn with a bunch of units.
Katra is almost rolled up. We are going to be short of Shadow Influence as currently stands. So Maveloft could take out Darkwater Vines and Plunder, and then you could get an attack with Plunk. It would be an interesting decision for Portich if they chumped or not, given that they could have a Katra next turn.
Right. Seems like the no block would be my intuition. If Gozu wants to pay 2 to draw, then they can't really follow with multiple cards the next turn. And who really cares what they're drawing for the most part?
All right, so here comes old Plunk. So we will see a Sporefolk chump. There's the Rat King. So a lot just riding right now on when Portich can find that next Shadow Influence. How many units they'll still have in play? We could see Gozu get pretty aggressive here. Could potentially do something like Jack, ditch a card, kill both the Rat King and Sporefolk to open up an attack for Plunk. So we're going to see Maveloft Huntress. Once again, Plunder a Crafty Occultist into a Fire Sigil. Now Plunk will attack. Is it going to be another chump for Portich?
Kind of like chumping this turn if you chump last turn. Because the argument's only getting more, you know, as Gozu has more power to work with and they can draw a card and still do something good the next turn, the more powerful the argument is for chumping.
All right, there we go. An Inscribed Fear will be a depleted Shadow Sigil. It'll knock over some Ikarias and a Katra. And a Katra is going to come down. It's going to bring back 2 power from the Void. That is going to get us up into a Ikaria range. We also, one of those was a Zenith Silex, which means we get a Treasure Trove. Katra is just a phenomenal card when it comes together. You got to invest a lot in your deck building for her, but when it works, it's really great.
And look at the leftovers in Portich's hand there. Bunch of 7s with the influence rolled up.
So Gozu making this play because a block by Katra plus a Jack in hand means that we get to kill the Katra, draw a Treasure Trove. But the parade of Ikarias in Portich's hand is going to be very frustrating. Because the first one's going to kill... Oh, well, let's get a Void check. Because if there's a Vara in there, we can exhaust this 30 route with the Shadow Etchings, get it Grasping at Shadows, and we might just end this game right now.
Yeah, and even if that isn't there, you can Etchings for a power, throw the Trove away, get any random 8 out of your market or whatever. There's no way for this to go bad. Bullseye.
Yeah. Alright, so Genev Merchant. Last unit in Gozuu's hand. So I think it's going to be Genev Merchant, maybe throw back the Bullseye, get Helio, and hopefully some really good things happen after that. We saw it happen before with Unstable Form and the like.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, though, with Gozuuu not having any power left over for next turn. Even if you play Helio, then you know you're at the minimum here looking at it. Nakaria hit this turn, 2 more coming the next turn.
Yep. All right. So I think Portich maybe wanting to hold on to that Ikaria, anticipating what's going on the other side, and now it's going to be Grasping at Shadows time, or at least we're set up for it. Grasping at Shadows. It's just going to be a Zindel revealed, but it feels like
just gonna be
that's going to be very nice.
Just in a Zindel. Sick.
Yeah.
Plunk is good with the Zindel.
All right, Helio time. Dazzle and Bullseye. All right, Portich. Looks like this is your throne open. Dean and Silex gets a treasure trove. Azendel's going to be adding a lot more cards to the deck unless Gozuuu wants to get out of here first. And Gozuu's seen enough. They got their spot in the World Championships. Portich has got theirs as well. So a great weekend for our top 4 as 3 of the 4 competitors locked up their slot in the World Championships this weekend. So this was kind of a mega qualifier weekend in our Shavka Reborn 5K Throne Open. If you want to join them in the World Championships, we will be back end of next month with an Expedition Open. It'll be our first chance to check out the Expedition Open or the Expedition format with Unleashed in the mix. So tune in, and we hope you play. As a reminder, with all of our opens, we give out an alternate art. As you see on screen this weekend, that's the alternate art Bandit Queen that all players who joined got for participating. So really, everyone's a winner when you factor that in.
Oh yeah, even going back to Friday and Saturday, there's packs, as you mentioned, the alt art, and then coming through this tournament, more in client rewards, cash prizes, a bunch of slots for World Championships. So no matter kind of your experience or skill level, these are great events to be playing in once a month for a lot of rewards, a lot of ways to sort of accelerate your collection, and then obviously people are winning cash prizes and slots at the World Championships on top of all of that.
Yeah, we haven't talked too much about Friday and Saturday, but this year, just 14 games in a run, and you can do up to 2 runs. So what that means is that you only need to get 10 wins out of 14, so you can get lucky on a given day, rattle them off, and like you said, you're going to be walking away with a lot just for signing up. So in this case, Portich is walking away with the most, $1,500, the title of Throne Open champion, and a seat at the World Championships. So congratulations to them, and thanks to them and all of our players for joining us this weekend. I want to thank my co-caster, Patrick Sullivan, for joining me for another awesome broadcast. Our producer, Tom, Tim, and the entire production and QA team for helping us to put this event together. We hope all of you in the U.S. have a great Memorial Day weekend, and no matter where you are around the world, enjoy the remainder of your Sunday. We're going to be signing off here from Direwolf Digital Studios. Make sure you check in with us next week. We got Balance Patch coming out. We got a new chapter kicking off on Thursday. We'll be unveiling the hero for that on Wednesday. Looking forward for you to all see that one soon. All right, with that, we're going to do it. That's going to do it here from Direwolf Digital. Congratulations once again to Portich, and we'll be seeing you next month at the Expedition Open.